Tuesday, May 3rd, 2016. Welcome. Would you please call roll, Rebecca?
Councilmember Andrews.
Present.
Councilmember Condon.
Here.
Councilmember Lappert.
Here.
Vice Mayor First.
Here.
Mayor Bailey.
Here. All right. Would you please join me in a salute to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we're going to go to the first item on the agenda. I would like to make a couple of comments before we get moving here, just to give everybody in the audience an idea of where we're going to go this evening. The first thing is we've had a request to switch the order of one of the items on the agenda. It's currently listed under public hearing as public hearing number 6.2, the public hearing for a nuisance at 614 Oakdale Avenue. The request has been made, can we bump it to the end of the meeting? Somebody can't be here early on. And unless there's an objection to that, or somebody would like to offer a comment about whether we move that, I'll open public comment if anybody cares about the prioritization of that agenda item. And seeing none, I'll call it back and ask, would somebody be willing to make a motion to bump that?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, yes, please.
So I live adjacent to that property,
Okay.
and I brought my son here, and I'm not sure how late it's gonna go, so
Okay.
that's my only concern.
I hear that. And you know what? And in respect out of your attendance here, sir, I think that we won't bump it then because we do have a certain agenda item, and we'll see if at the time it gets called whether somebody is here and we can address it then. So we're not going to, I will not call for that motion, and we're going to leave it on calendar in the normal way. Thank you for your comments, sir. Okay. The second thing is we have a request for a continuance with respect to public hearing number 6.1 having to do with the Planning Commission's approval of Resolution 16-009 regarding the Chapman property, 359 Chapman. We will handle that continuance request when that matter comes up for where it is on the agenda. And we'll give a couple minutes if you'd like to say something, and a couple minutes in response if there's a request to that, and we will consider that request after public comment, and then we'll, depending on how that comes out, either go on with the item or continue it, okay? Just to give you a preview of where that's going to happen. By a show of hands, how many people are here for the Chapman item? Could you just raise your hand? Okay, and how many people are here for the pedestrian flag thing? Okay, thank you. And how many people are here for Oakdale? Okay, thank you. All right, very good. The next thing is I will do a report of a closed session hearing we had at the last town council meeting. And let me tell you basically, although some of this may already be known to the public, let me sort of do it in a more formal way here at this hearing. It was announced to us by our town manager, David Bracken, who's actually not here tonight. Thank you, Adam, our planning director, for sitting in. Anyway, David is retiring, or he's not going to renew his contract as a town manager, which expires in this fall in September. So we're sorry to see David go, but it's an opportunity for us to continue to consider a new person for the spot. And Todd Cusimano, our local police chief, is somebody that the town is in the currently discussing that position with. We won't make any final decision, and any agreement will be available and exposed to public comment before we make any sort of final call on that. But we are discussing the matter with Chief Cusimano now, and we invite, if people have comments, please approach any of us at any time, or you can do it at public open time. We will agendize the item if and when it's the right time to do so, and we've reached a final agreement. We are going to have another closed session hearing tonight, and I'll report on that one afterwards. Okay, moving on now to we have a presentation this evening. So, and let me ask, since we have a fairly full agenda, if I could ask both my fellow council members to be as concise as they can be when they offer their comments later today, and also the public. You're welcome. When it's your opportunity to speak, you have 3 minutes, and we're going to give a little extra time for the appeal. But please be mindful of the fact that there's lots of important business we're going to try to get through tonight, and we'll try to move it as quickly as we can. We don't want to forget, though, our resolution, which is number 13/2016, in support of Public Service Recognition Week, this week, May 1st through 7th, 2016. Now, for those of you who aren't here as regularly as others, it's our habit when we have a resolution like this that we take turns reading it through if it's for an individual. And when it's something in a more general way, we don't read it other than to mention the title and we move on. Since this resolution deals with our local town employees, I wonder if my fellow council members would mind, in the essence of efficiency, could I just read through it as quickly?
Please.
Okay.
Yes.
And so we recognize the important good work, but that we try to move through there as quickly as we can. This is the resolution that's being proposed from the town of Corte Madera for Public Service Recognition Week, May 1st through 7th, 2016. Whereas the week of May 1st through 7th, 2016 has been set aside nationally as Public Service Recognition Week. And whereas the people of the town of Corte Madera are served every single day by town employees who provide the diverse services demanded of their government with efficiency and integrity. And whereas the town council and town citizens recognize that the town's employees are the organization's most important asset and resource for providing quality public services. And whereas the town also recognizes that there's a tradition of hard and often exemplary work and dedication to public service among its employees, and whereas the town wishes to support and encourage the continuation and growth of this tradition, and to properly recognize and express its appreciation to its employees individually, as a group, town-wide, and in all departments. Now, therefore, the town council of the town of Corte Madera does hereby resolve and proclaim to all citizens that May 1st through 7th, 2016 is Public Service Recognition Week. All citizens of our town, and our neighbors as well, are hereby encouraged to join together in celebration and acknowledgement of public service employees. To be signed by myself and Diane First, James Andrews, Carla Condon, Michael Lappert, and attested by our town clerk Rebecca Vaughn and our town manager David Bracken. Do we have a motion for that proclamation?
I'll move to adopt Resolution 13/2016.
I'll second the motion.
Councilmember Andrews.
Yes.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert. Vice Mayor First.
Yes.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you to our public service employees. All right. Moving right along, we're to the third item on our agenda, which is open time for public discussion. Now, open time is for those matters which are not already on the agenda. If you're here and you have something you'd like to say that's not already on the agenda, when you'll be given a time later to talk about it, please come up and you have 3 minutes to say whatever you like. Welcome. And by the way, when you do step up to the podium, please state your name and your address for the record. Thanks.
Peter Orth, 1200 Meadowcrest, and since you indicated this was the time to make initial comments about the change in city manager and how we're going to do that, by the way, it's good to see Adam in a tie, and I guess a lot of us just don't have complete, understanding of why and how things happen sometime. And so, because things are done in closed session, I realize that some personnel matters may need to be handled in closed session. But in this particular case, I think it'd be good if we do know where the idea or nomination originated. Was it a staff-driven thing, was it a council-driven thing, or some other? In other words, how did the gentleman walk in the door and say, you know, I think I'd like to do this job? I mean, there are a lot of different ways it could happen, but I think it would be important that we understand why there's a closed session to consider an appointment that really wasn't necessarily on anybody's radar. What other alternatives to the current course have been considered? It seems to me that even a brief ad to just say, gee, who's out there, what might happen. I realize you said you're in negotiations, how that ends up and stuff is certainly something that's in the future. But certainly we'd like to know which qualifications were so resounding as to preclude any other alternative of action. I understand not hiring a firm to do a nationwide search, but I find it difficult to conceive that it just happens to be someone who has been in the mix is the only option that works well for the town. The other thing is, it may seem like, and this was in the paper from you, Sloan, but the fact that he's worked closely with the current town manager is not necessarily something that gives all of us confidence in him going forward as town manager. So there are a number of questions that I think would be well served if things are opened up and there isn't a rush to judgment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orth. Those are smart comments. Let me mention a couple things. Just so the audience understands, we're not, as a town council, allowed to address or respond directly to comments that come up for the first time at open time. Not that we don't have answers or we'd like to engage, and not that we're not listening carefully to, especially to the smart comments Mr. Orth just provided, but unless it's an agendized item, it's not fair to people who aren't here for us to discuss those things. But the other thing, Mr. Orth, since you may not be aware, we've included a new thing in our agenda, which includes, we put forward our next agenda, not just for the next meeting, but the one after it. And part of that is so that if there's an item that we'd like to have discussed, and this seems frankly like something we may want to consider, we can put it on that agenda, and then we can have a discussion about it. Okay. In any event, thank you very much, Peter. Who's next?
Good evening, members of the Corte Madera City Council. My name is Jane Levinson. I live at 32 Tamil Vista, Corte Madera, and I am here to say nothing that has to do with tonight or the City Council or even Corte Madera, unfortunately. Last week, there was a message on Nextdoor that a third grader in one of our schools was doing a report on San Quentin Prison and would like to talk to somebody who knows something about San Quentin Prison. I just got back for almost 2 hours with a third grader from the, what's the new school?
Cove?
Cove School, and he has to make a presentation to his class about San Quentin Prison. It was a very, very interesting couple of hours, I have to say. And as I was coming home from the meeting, we met down at the restaurant down here, and I was thinking to myself, you know, in all the meetings I've come to in Corte Madera, San Quentin Prison really has not come up in discussion that I know of, and that's because it's a state prison. It has nothing to do with Corte Madera. Some of you, few of you maybe, may know that I've been a volunteer there for over 14 years, and I'm going to retire this September because, frankly, I'm getting too old, and that hill coming out of my classroom area is just getting too steep for me to walk up and chat with my co-volunteer at the same time. I can walk up or chat in place, but I can't do both anymore. So what I would like to tell you all is that on this coming Friday night at 8 o'clock on CNN is going to be an hour documentary rerun of something that played last week. And it was put together by a black stand-up gentleman. His name is W. Kamau, Kamau Bell. And he has written a book called The United Shades of America. And he spent a year going around all over the United States talking to people that he felt were racist. And his first show, which will play at 9 o'clock Friday night on CNN, was his visit to a KKK cross-burning, and that is something to see. I don't think this youngster should see it, although maybe his dad will let him see it. But the first one is an hour at San Quentin Prison, conducted by the PR person that's over there. And nobody, as far as I know, has ever seen what they're going to show about San Quentin Prison. He interviewed inmates. He saw them playing playing basketball in the basketball court. He saw them on the baseball field. He saw them in the tennis courts, and he heard about their life at San Quentin. He talked to some guys who had murdered. He talked to lifers. He talked to 15 to 30 or 40-year inmates, and it was a very, very, very worthwhile program for everybody to see and maybe get a little feel about what's going on over at that prison, because as awful as it is and as old as it is, it's one of the few prisons that has as many programs as San Quentin does. And I want to tell you that I've had students who have left, gone to another prison, and begged to come back to San Quentin because in the other prisons they had nothing to do, and in San Quentin they keep them busy with all sorts of wonderful programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Please step up. Okay, seeing none, we're going to end open time and move on to the fourth item on the agenda, which is the town manager and council reports. Adam, do you have something on the town manager's behalf?
Yes, I do. It's also on behalf of the planning director. I did want to make a brief statement or report on the scheduling for the Corte Madera Inn rebuild project. As you know, the Planning Commission ratified their decision to recommend approval of the Corte Madera Inn project and certify and adopt the EIR for the project on April 26th. We had intended to schedule the public hearing for the town council on May 17th. However, last Thursday, we did receive some new information from the Regional Water Quality Control Board regarding the biological resources that exist at the pond on the site. And as I understand it, it may change how we describe the pond in the EIR. So as a result, we're evaluating what specifically needs to change, and if there are any analyses or conclusions that may be affected by that. So until we're comfortable that we've adequately addressed this information, we're not going to be scheduling that public hearing for the town council on that. We will update you as we know more information.
Okay, so the status is just at the next meeting, you'll bring a further status report?
We can bring a further status report, or when we do have more information that we feel we're confident that we can schedule the public hearing for the town council, we will do so.
Okay, thank you, Adam.
All right.
What else?
That's it for this part of the report. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. So you also have an update on the schedule. Oh, no, that's the one you just mentioned. Do you have something on the Tamal Vista East Quarter study?
No, not at this time. We are working on drafting the draft report that would come back. The next step in the process would be to come back with that report to the Planning Commission.
So Adam, I apologize if it's tiresome, but the question I always ask at this is, are we still on track so that we'll have a conclusion there before the current moratorium expires?
Yeah, we're on track. We're on track.
Thank you. Okay, anything else?
No, that's
Thank
it.
you very much.
Sure.
So now council reports. Why don't we start down here? Jim, anything?
Nothing.
Thank you, Jim. Carla?
Quickly, just May 22nd is the Vintage Car Show at Marin Luxury Cars, one of the centennial celebrations. So far, we have over 60 applications or 60 cars that will be exhibited there. So I encourage all of you to come. That's on May 22nd. And to mark your calendars also for June 10th through June 12th, which is our Weekend 100, our centennial weekend birthday. And starting on Friday night, there will be a family fun night. There are activities all day Saturday. Saturday evening, there will be a live concert in the village, on the grounds of the village, and that will be followed by some spectacular fireworks presented by the same outfit that did Super Bowl fireworks. So it's not to be missed. So mark your calendar on Sunday, police versus fire softball game with activities all day there too. So there are activities going for young and old. It is going to be so much fun. So please mark that on your calendar. Don't go away. Stay here for that weekend. That's it.
Thank you, Carla. Michael?
Nothing to report, sir.
Thank you for that, Michael. Diane?
Okay, I attended the Central Marin Police Authority Police Council meeting. We discussed budget, and we discussed kind of things like statistics. And this is kind of interesting, especially since people are concerned so much about traffic. Citations are double what they were about 2 years ago. All of those statistics could be found on the website for Central Marin Police Authority for the packet for the meeting from last week, if you're interested. The budget for Central Marin Police Authority is $11.4 million. Corte Madera's share is $3.095. That's up $93,000 from last year, but it is not up appreciably from what it was several years ago. So we have really not had much increase at all in our share. A lot of that has been done through finding efficiencies. For instance, dispatch has been moved to the county sheriff's office, and Central Marin Police Authority saves about $500,000 having done that. So congratulations to the police. Now, the Police Council will be working with the management group, which consists of the city managers from Corte Madera, Larkspur, and San Anselmo, to determine a process to choose a new police chief. There will be more on that discussed at the next Police Council meeting, which will be on June 2nd, 6 p.m.
Okay.
Okay. I also attended a Transportation Authority of Marin. That's okay. I attended a Transportation Authority of Marin meeting. Tomorrow is Bike to Work Day, folks. Ride your bike.
Airplane mode.
Transportation Authority of Marin will have a table at the new bicycle pedestrian crossing over Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. The official ribbon cutting for that bridge will be May 20th at 1 o'clock. Meet on the north end of the bridge. I want to mention that Larkspur is in the middle of a road project on Magnolia. Expect delays or consider taking alternate route. The project is going on from tomorrow through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Where, Dan?
on Magnolia. I'm not entirely
Okay.
sure exactly where, but I think it's from the Corte Madera Larkspur boundary north.
Are they
So
are they doing underground work or
I, is it, Nisha, is it paving?
Actually, they worked from their southern boundary to King Street today, and they'll work from King Street north.
But the nature of the work, the resurfacing, or they're doing underground stuff?
No, they're just doing
Repaving?
Okay, thank you, sorry.
Okay. Let's see. I know a lot of people are interested in the third lane on the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge. The planned completion for that third lane is September 2017. The Transportation Authority of Marin has a couple of projects we are seeking funding for that will really help traffic to move onto the bridge. That includes some improvements on East Sir Francis Drake as it approaches 580, and also at the Bellum exit. In Bellum, it would include restriping and changing the turn lanes. The Transportation Authority of Marin Executive Director went to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission to try to get funding for that and was turned down. We are still seeking funding. It will cost about $3.5 million to make all those improvements to ensure that when the third lane opens, we can be as efficient as possible in moving cars onto that third lane. So if anybody has an extra 3.5 lane around, let me know. I also want to point out that ABAG is having a special General Assembly meeting on May 19th. This is to discuss the potential merger with MTC. It will be, again, May 19th, noon to 2:30 at the Alameda County Administration Building. ABAG is also holding a series of open houses around the Bay Area to discuss Plan Bay Area 2. They have scheduled the Marin Open House here in Corte Madera at our community center. That will be Saturday, June 4th, and I was asked to specifically thank Mario for making all of those arrangements. Parking is a little tight, so ride your bikes, carpool, get there early. And finally, I wanted to mention that Transportation Authority of Marin has a program for electric vehicle rebates for fleet purchases. So if the town or the sanitary district is going to be replacing any electric vehicles, we can get a rebate from Transportation Authority of Marin. And that is all.
Thank you, Diane.
You're welcome.
I do have a couple of reports, but I'm going to, one of them is I represent the town on the Marin County Council of Mayors and Council Members Legislative Committee, but I'm going to wait and report on that at the next meeting simply for time purposes. But there's some interesting bills going through in Sacramento that I think the town would be interested. For example, Airbnb is kind of a hot topic, and that's something that I think it would be useful to report on. Also, I represent the town on the Marin Clean Energy Board of Directors, which provides the clean energy that we all use in our homes, and they have absorbed 7 new communities, including the towns in Napa and Walnut Creek, among others. This would be useful to report on at some length, or a little bit anyway, because it stands to provide fairly significant savings to all of us, and some opportunities to use that money for security purposes and also reduce rates. Okay, but let's move on then to the consent calendar, the next item on the agenda. The purpose of the consent calendar is to group items together which are routine or have been discussed previously and don't require further discussion. They can be approved as a group by single motion, although any member of the staff or the town or the public can ask to have any one of the items removed. And actually, I'm going to ask that we pull item 5.2 on the consent calendar. But with that exception, does anybody else have any items on the consent calendar they would like individually discussed? And if not, I'd call for a motion as to the other items.
I'd like to make a motion. I'd move items 5.1 to 5.8, except item 5.2.
Second?
Councilmember Andrews?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert? Vice Mayor First?
Yes.
Mayor Bailey?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry to pull this item, but Mauro, I wonder if I could ask you a question? Mauro Fiorentini is our Director of Parks and Recreation. And item number 5.2 is the approval to transfer some funds that had been dedicated to, or apportioned anyway, to a green room remodel project, which is that room behind the stage on the rec center, and instead towards skate park improvements and Town Park Field. My question, Mauro, was we've had, and I don't know if you were here for it, but we've had at least one instance where people who've had small children go into the skate park complain, among other things, about the super hot metal railings in the skate park. Is part of the remodel, are you going to address that situation at all? Is that part of the deal or no?
Thank you for the opportunity to explain this. Yes, so the fencing and the gate project are in direct response to looking at the site itself and how easily it is for younger children to access it on their own without parental supervision. So part of that is, yes, to mitigate that. We do have another chunk of money set aside in the capital project to improve the ramps. That is earmarked at $25,000, and that money would be set to address the ramps themselves. This is specifically for the fences.
Thank you, Mauro. Appreciate that explanation.
Move to approve that item.
Thank you, Michael.
Second?
Thank you, Diane.
Councilmember Andrews?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert? Vice Mayor First?
Yes.
Mayor Bailey?
Yes. All right, very good. Moving right along. We're now at the public hearings. The sixth item on the agenda. By the way, thank you to everybody for moving along so quickly through that first bit. That was great. Item 6.1 is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of Resolution 16-009, et cetera. And so we're going to do this in two parts. The first thing is I would ask, we had a request, at least via email earlier in the week, that we continue the hearing. Are you still making that request? And if so, please do so now. We'll give can you set it for 2 minutes? 2 minutes for the request, 2 minutes if there's a response. Then we'll open it to comment. Then we'll pull it back to the council to decide on the continuance request. Then we'll move on. Go ahead, sir. And
Thank
please
you.
state your name and for the record.
Andrew August, appearing on behalf of Jennifer Larson. I want to thank the council members, Vice Mayor First and Mayor Bailey. We had asked for a continuance for a very specific reason. The mass of the addition is something that you have to see to really appreciate it.
Sir, are you still asking for a request?
So the
for a
request
continuance?
is conditional. If this council has the ability, either directly or through the planning department or the planning commission, to request the applicant erect, or at least allow us to erect a mock-up of the addition, then yes, we would like to have a continuance until after that is done. If the council does not have that power, then we're prepared to proceed this evening. Thank you.
Okay, before we hear, thank you, sir. Randy, do you have a comment before we ask for responses to that?
My view, I've actually
Randy Riddle is our town attorney.
we've actually had a discussion with the appellant's attorney about this briefly. Our view is that absent consent by the property owner, that, you know, at this point in the process, we don't have any power to mandate that the other property owner allow the appellant onto their property and
Okay,
construct a.
thank you. Would the property owner
structure.
like to come and make a comment in response to that then?
I can make that comment from right here.
Sir, only because we record it. And by the way, for the audience, in case you may not be aware, we recently installed cameras, so we're in living color.
I absolutely do object to erecting a structure on the property for the 210 square foot addition.
Okay, thank you. So there is no agreement. Very well. Sir, did you have a response to that?
In response to Mr. Riddle's point, we're not asking to enter onto the property. We're asking that the council, again, either directly or through the planning department as a condition of approval of this addition, allow us to pay for the erection, much the way the council enforces the story poles and what should have been a more robust shielding on the story poles.
Okay, thank you very much. Sir, would you like to respond to the rebuttal, or are you good?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to respond. I think it would be absurd to ask any homeowner. The protocol seems to be to ask homeowners to erect story poles, which I complied with. And I think allowing this now, once again, would open up a whole new precedent and rigmarole going forward that we all, including you guys, would have to live with in the Planning Commission and the Planning Department. Allowing it once is going to allow it henceforth that people are going to be able to stall, piggyback more and more requests on, including erecting structures. Yeah.
Okay.
So I object.
Thank you, sir. Are there any members of the public who would like to address purely the request for a continuance? Sir, are you making your way to the, no, you're not. Okay. I wasn't sure if you were, okay, very good. Seeing no more public comment, I'm going to call it back, and as a town council now, we will make a decision. Do I have a motion to grant a continuance? And if we don't, then we'll move on. Discussion, anybody?
Well, I have a question.
Sure.
I believe, let me see, I looked at the story polls on April 23rd, which was Saturday. I believe they were changed on the 24th. I have not been able to look at them from Ms. Larson's property. Have any of you looked at them, and do you think it would affect my determination one way or another?
Okay, I'll come back to you in a minute. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I've seen them from
Okay.
Ms. Larson's property.
It's got nothing to do with the guy's asking for a continuance. I'm not sure what we're talking about.
I think that let's do this in two parts. Part number one, should there be a continuance for the reasons advanced by the appellant? Jim, do you have a comment on that?
No.
Okay. Carla?
No.
Michael? Diane?
No?
Okay, thank you for the request. I'm sorry, I think that it's denied here at the council at this time. Do we need to vote on that, Randy, or can we keep going?
There's no motion.
Okay, so the second thing is, and I remembered now, let me just say for the public, Jim, you called me earlier today and we had a brief discussion about that you hadn't had an opportunity because you were away. This is, to my mind, if we're still on the same topic, which is continuance, and we'll open it up to the public here in a minute, but I want to be clear what the issue is. My understanding is that you've not had the opportunity to view the current configuration of the story poles, is that right? Okay.
I saw the previous iteration.
I see. Okay, so let me just give you my own background, and maybe Randy wants to comment on this. This is frankly a fairly serious issue in my own mind I want to be careful about, because one of the very few reasons that you could later impugn the integrity of a decision is depending on whether or not there's been an opportunity to consider all of the evidence. And although it is just one of us, if one of us has not had an opportunity to consider the evidence, then that's something that we ought to take seriously. Randy, am I interpreting that right?
I think that's stated properly, yeah.
Okay. So the reason why this is an issue is there are exceptions to exceptions. Maybe it wouldn't matter. Maybe the old version was big enough or even bigger, so it provides an informed view. On the other hand, I want to be cautious
Mr.
where...
Mayor, let me just interrupt just before
Yes.
we get too carried away. We have wrestled with the idea of should we go out and visit property, should we not? This has been batted around forever.
Yes.
As I stated before the meeting even started, being that we're in a de novo meeting where we will be presented with every bit of factual information that's germane to our decision-making. I don't know if we want to get mired into a situation with calling into question whether somebody's actually made a physical visit. It's really important that this is an area where we've wrestled with this over the years. I personally go out, I make it a point, I've seen, some people don't have the time. I don't think it's necessary for making a proper finding based on the extensive staff report that we're going to receive tonight. So I just caution that. That's
I
all.
appreciate that. Thank you for those comments, Michael. Diane, we are going to open to public comment. Go ahead.
Okay. I would like to ask Randy and perhaps Adam and or Phil, about just what we will be seeing today, considering what Michael just said, will we be seeing photographs showing the story poles and the red lines and all that kind of stuff from the point of view of the property next door? The appellant's property.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Phil Boyle, senior planner. Yes, you will be seeing photographs from the appellant's property. Some of the photographs are of the old story pole layout. Some of the photographs are from the new story pole layout. I believe the appellant may have photographs as well. And just to give you further information, the change of the story poles was approximately a 7-inch reduction in the height of the addition from pre-planning commission to post-planning commission. And the other change directed by the planning commission was a reduction of the west wall, the wall closest to tunnel. That was moved approximately a foot to reduce the size. So that is a relatively small change in the story poles from pre-planning commission to post-planning commission. My understanding, Mr. Shamu could probably clarify, was that the story poles were changed on Saturday the 20.
I actually changed the story poles a week before James did his visit. So
Okay.
Mr. Andrews actually did indeed
Oh.
see the story poles in the revised.
Never mind.
Okay, very good. Jim, I'm not going to proceed with any more discussion on the continuance request then. Is that all right?
Can we make sure?
Okay.
Makes it into the record. That was not stated into a microphone, so maybe could we just
Sure. So,
reiterate?
and by the way, we appreciate you volunteering the information, sir. So the applicant himself pointed out that this discussion is superfluous because at the moment when Councilmember Andrews visited the site, the current story poles had already been erected. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so thank you for pointing that out. Thank you, Jim, for bringing it to our attention, but I don't think it's necessary to continue the discussion on that. Very good. All right, so now we're going to go ahead, Carla.
Yeah, I just have one question or one comment. Randy, for the benefit of the council and the audience, could you please give a brief summary of a de novo hearing, which this is going to be?
The council will essentially be sitting the position of the planning commission, so you're not bound in any way by the planning commission decision. You can certainly consider it, but at this point, you are the decision-making body. You're sitting in quasi-judicial capacity. So you'll hear all the evidence, hear the staff report, the report that you've already received as part of the packet, and then you'll make a judgment based on all of that and applying the municipal code. And you're not, again, bound by what the planning commission did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Now, just so you understand what's going to happen now is we will have a staff report. Thank you, Phil. We'll give that in a minute. After the staff report, I'll ask for if there were questions, primarily of a clarification nature of our staff. After those questions are asked and presumably answered, we will then open it up for the appellant and the applicant to make 10-minute presentations. Now, this 10-minute number is something that just seems reasonable under the circumstances. There are places, and I tried to do some research beforehand, who have it shorter and some have it longer. Given the fullness of our agenda tonight, I would ask both the appellant and the applicant to limit their presentation to 10 minutes. I will provide time, 2 minutes for rebuttal afterward, so you don't need to reserve time, but please try to discipline your own comments to keep it within budget. And in between those things, we'll allow an opportunity for the public to say whatever they like. Are there any questions about the procedure to either the appellant or the applicant? Okay, very good. Phil, were they? Really? Okay.
I can wait.
It'll give me a chance. The new cameras like it better.
When you gotta go, Flip Wilson? Oh. Do you remember, do you even know who Flip Wilson?
Yes, I know.
Yeah, he said this one was.
I don't think so.
Good sister. So with that.
Okay, that's my wife's. Okay. Wow, I assumed you were significantly younger. Wow.
You want me to go get him?
No. Sorry, Phil. No, Phil, take as long as he wants. So, Phil, take as long as you want, but hopefully try to be as expeditious as you can. The appellant will get 10 minutes. The applicant will get 10 minutes. We'll open it to public comment, and then 3 minutes. Yeah, public comment for pretty much everything, people, is 3 minutes. You should understand it's my practice not to be too much of a stickler on that. On the other hand, we have to be respectful of other matters on the calendar, and frankly, it may be unnecessary to belabor the point anyway. We can kind of say what you can say as quickly as you can, and we'll move on. Good, Jim? Okay, sorry, please go ahead, Phil.
Good evening again, Mayor, members of the council. Phil Boyle, Senior Planner with the town. The project before you is an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision regarding 359 Chapman Drive Design Review application. And first I'll do is I'll briefly talk about the project itself, and then I'll go through the process itself of the entitlement that went through both staff and Planning Commission and then to the council. So in terms of the project is located on at 359 Chapman Drive, which is the purple area here. The appellant is located at 355 Willow Avenue. And so just to give you an idea of the position of the two properties and the two properties. Next, wrong way. Just to give you a summary of the project, the proposed project. The existing home is just under 2,000 square feet. The addition, and this is the addition post Planning Commission, so it was originally 465, I believe. Roughly it went down to 450.5 square feet. So the total proposed home will be just over 2,400 square feet. Height, again, this is the revised project, post Planning Commission. Existing height of the building today is 11 feet. The proposed height at its highest point will be roughly 17 feet. And the portion of the building adjacent to the appellant is, per the Planning Commission, will not exceed 12 feet 6 inches. Currently, the home has more or less a flat roof. As part of this project, we'll be adding on to the home in 2 locations and changing that flat roof to a pitched roof. And that's why we have, overall, the house is going from 11 feet to 17 feet, and then 12.5 at certain locations. Just to give you background information, the property is zoned R1. In the R1 zoning district, you may have a home at a maximum of 30 feet in height. Project meets all of the design review requirements for the R1 zoning district. This is the north elevation showing the proposed addition, which I've outlined in blue, that area there. Addition is, again, this is post Planning Commission, 15 feet addition. Maximum height will not exceed 12 feet 6 inches. The addition itself will be a master suite, master bedroom. The wrong way. One item, discussion that came up and question that came up a couple different times is, would it be possible to do this addition in another location? Just to orient you, existing home, Chapman Drive is up here, Tunnel Drive is down here. This is the proposed addition. There's quite a bit of yard between here and Tunnel Street. I just didn't have the room on the slide to put it. So the proposed addition is here and filling in this area here. Appellant's home is on this side here. Several questions came up. Could this addition be located in the other yard closer to Chapman Drive? That's certainly possible. However, it would require a variance. The front setback is 20 feet. The property is currently located 5 feet from that property line, so to do roughly a 15-foot addition would require a variance of encroaching roughly 10 feet into that setback area. Any questions on the site plan? Kind of gives you an idea. Okay. Keep doing the wrong way. These are from some views from the appellant's living room. These were taken by myself, and they were taken pre-Planning Commission. So the story poles, which aren't super easy to see in this photograph because of the trees, but these are the story poles of the larger project. Do that again. More views from the appellant's backyard. This is just showing the appellant's, where I took that photograph earlier, the main viewing area, and then another shot is from the backyard itself, looking at the story poles. This is looking south. This saddle in the hill is the top of Camino Alto. Go over that and you're in Mill Valley. The story pole height was verified by staff, and they accurately depict the current post-Planning Commission design. So a summary of the process that this went through. Back in July of 2015, the applicant applied for a staff-level design review for the addition. In September, we sent out notices and we posted notices. From September to January 2016, approximately 3 or 4 months, staff worked quite diligently with the applicant and the appellant to try to reach a compromise, to try to find a way that this project could be approved to the satisfaction of both parties. In January of this year, staff proposed conditions of approval that I thought would hopefully reach a compromise and allow both parties to agree. That draft letter was sent to both parties. However, there wasn't mutual agreement for that compromise. Staff needed to make a decision on this application. So in February, we decided to approve the design review application. We were able to make all the findings for design review. We were able to establish that we did not feel it had a significant impact upon adjacent properties' views, sunlight, or privacy. And that's the major design review finding is whether this project has a significant impact. In February of this year, the resident at 350 Willow Avenue appealed the design review application made by staff, and that appeal went to the Planning Commission. The grounds of the appeal to the Planning Commission, just briefly, were that the approval omitted sections of the general plan dealing with views, that there are no metrics or facts or analysis used, and that the addition will eliminate views, and that the addition had a negative impact upon the home value and the quality of life. So these were the grounds of the appeal that went before the Planning Commission. In the staff report you have, I outline in detail the staff report from this meeting, and each ground that the appellant put forward, staff responded to in quite detail. On March 8th, the Planning Commission modified the design of approval, which was their options were to approve the staff's decision as it is, modify staff's decision, or deny staff's decision. Planning Commission's decision was to modify it. In modifying it, they reduced the size of the project from approximately 465 square feet to 450 square feet. They require that the applicant reduce the height not to exceed 12 feet 6 inches on the addition. Planning Commission also directed the applicant to plant screen plantings to reduce the impact of the project. And at the applicant's discretion, the windows on the north elevation could be modified to reduce the privacy impacts. The applicant agreed to all of these conditions. Okay. So that meeting took place on March 8th. On March 18th, the appellant, again, the same appellant on Willow Avenue, appealed the Planning Commission's decision. The grounds of her appeal are, again, the addition eliminates short and long-range views. The addition negatively alters the relationship of the appellant's house and property to its natural surroundings. Also, that the town process was unfair and that the commission's proceedings were a breach of protocol and due process. And finally, that the community members that were at the hearing and I've also submitted letters support the appellant's opinion that the town's process and approval were unreasonable and unfair. In my staff report, I've addressed each of these concerns. I've numbered each one of the appellant's comments and provided an explanation on why the town feels that the decision by both staff and the Planning Commission was correct per the code. This evening, the council's options are to affirm, reverse, or modify the decision of the Planning Commission per the town municipal code. And staff recommendation is that the council adopt the attached resolution, which affirms the decision of the Planning Commission. There are plans on the wall if you have any questions about those, and I can certainly answer any of the questions and go back to any slides if you have questions of me. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Does council have questions or clarifications of Phil? Okay, seeing none, the first thing we're going to do is open it to the appellant. Please come up, say what you like. Please be. Sure. I also want you to assume something as you give your presentation. It's the following. I want you to assume that everybody on the council has read the entire packet. I also want you to assume that everybody on the council has been given the opportunity, and I think we've all made use of actually visiting the site, some of us on more than one occasion.
So while this is getting set up, I just wanted to say briefly thank you to the council for coming to my house and visiting the site. I think that's really important. And I want to say thank you to people that are here to support my position. So the rest I'm going to turn over to Andrew August.
Mayor Bailey, I missed your last point. You said
Two things. Number one, that we've read everything, at least to the best we can.
Right.
Thank you, by the way, Phil. It's a good report. And number two, that we visited the site.
Okay, so again, my name is Andrew August. I'm an attorney at Brown George Ross. I find myself here in an unusual spot because usually I'm representing developers. In fact, I declined initially to take on this representation because I didn't like getting involved on this side of the aisle, so to speak. I was persuaded to look at the site. I was persuaded to read your general plan, your municipal code, and most importantly, the Planning Commission hearing. And at that point, I agreed to take this on. I agreed to take it on because I want you, the council, in a quasi-judicial capacity, on a de novo review, to right a wrong rather than perpetuate a wrong. This is not about the metrics of Mr. Chamoot's size of his addition. That's not the issue. The issue here, and you'll see it in a second, it's all about visuals. So I think Mr. Riddle will tell you that when you're considering this, and by the way, this ironically, this is a standard that comes out of the case of Citron versus Town of Corte Madera, 2002. Mayor Bailey, I understand you're a lawyer. You can look it up. It's an unpublished decision, but it is nevertheless very instructive to you folks because it involved a very similar situation. And when you review this matter, you have to ask yourself the following. This is right out of the case. Whether your findings that you're going to issue are in compliance with all, and I emphasize all, statutory and regulatory criteria and requirements. And number two, whether they bridge the analytical gap between the raw evidence and your ultimate decision. Again, Citron versus Town of Corte Madera. So I want to just remind the council and explain to the assemblage here. We start with the general plan. The general plan, hopefully everybody can hear me. Scream for the microphone. Hopefully everybody can. Can we
Pull it off.
Okay, so in the general plan, I want to bring your attention to the last sentence of Section 5 under the design review aspect. Affirmative findings must be made by the zoning administrator or the planning commission that the project is in scale and harmonious with the area, and that the project will not significantly or, emphasis on the word or, adversely affect the views, sunlight, or privacy of nearby residences. Now go down to the implementing municipal code. It's in conflict with your general plan. The required findings. The planning commission, blah, 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 okay, you have to make all of these findings. One of which is the project conforms with the general plan. Number 2, the project will not significantly and adversely affect the view, sunlight, or privacy of any nearby residences. I'll let you figure out how you rectify or justify or reconcile the and or issue. Exhibit B is more information from your municipal code section. It talks about the purposes of the design review, one of which is that your design review for enlargement of existing residences has to occur in a manner which is consistent with the policies of the general plan. Significant and, or is it or? I always get them confused. Significant or adversely impacted. If they are, if it's either of those, you cannot approve it. Next, it has to be harmonious with the surrounding sites and structures, and that do not unnecessarily block scenic views from other buildings. You go down to 8.30020, and there's more of them. In the interest of speed, I'll let you read it yourself. But I will tell you that, at least with respect to number 1, with particular attention to view considerations. So, this picture was taken a couple of days ago. We have this marked as Exhibit C. This is, unlike the photograph in the department's presentation, this is with foliage. The tree I'm pointing to here in the middle is a deciduous tree in the wintertime, which the other photograph was taken. There are no leaves. You can sort of see the story poles and the, I call, dental floss marks of the lines. That was what we wanted to enhance with this mock-up. This is a rendering what it was going to look like. This was before the modifications. This is with the story poles being where they were before the planning department considered the appeal. I'm sorry, the planning commission considered the appeal. I'm sure you all know that Mr. Chamut and Ms. Larson are former husband and wife, and I'll tell you, one of the reasons I got involved in this, it's rather creepy that an ex-husband would put windows looking into the ex-wife's property. I just thought that was a little creepy. Now, this is the change that was affected by the Planning Commission's ruling. If you recall, they modified it. They lowered the roof line by 7 inches. They shortened the extension of the addition by 1 foot. So here's your change. This is your modified view from her property. And just so we know, if you recall in the Planning Commission's photographs, you saw there was a rock statue here. This picture is taken actually on that rock statue, right outside the window. There was some talk in the Planning Commission about perhaps eliminating the windows. Ultimately, the windows were, I guess the applicant is allowed to move the windows, I believe it's horizontally, vertically, no, horizontal, one or the other, okay? Sideways, horizontally, thank you, Councilman Andrews. If he got rid of the windows, here's what we have. A blank wall. Now, in the commission, recognized the problem with this. So they said, well, he can put up a fence and he can grow, he can put plantings that would grow up to the eave line of the new roof. So that would entomb the property in plants. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is about the view. It's about your general plan, your planning code, talking about the view. It's not about his ability to build a property. You heard what Mr. Boyle said. There is an opportunity for him to develop the property elsewhere. Yes, he has to get a variance, a 10-foot variance. I want to quickly jump ahead. We saw the story poles, and Mr. Boyle indicated that the story poles were properly put up. I'm not a developer, I'm not a architect or an expert on that, so I actually had Jennifer Larson bring somebody out. Well, these are the lines that you see, and essentially, I'll leave these with you, but I'm going to summarize this by saying basically what the architect said is that the story pole and the stringing is inaccurate. It cannot be done like that. It cannot be built. My understanding is that Mr. Chapman himself personally put up these story poles in his lines. I don't know if it was done professionally. But this is what, this is the incorrect heights.
Mr. August, I can't read. Can you just read out what it says?
Yeah, sure. So on the top line,
Yeah.
String line of top of wall slopes down out of level. Next one to the right here is roof/eave line based on incorrect story pole height. Number 3, existing story pole at building corner. And then the bottom says incorrect height shown. Projecting the sidewall height using the top of the existing story pole as a guide, the interior ceiling in the proposed addition would be less than 6 foot 6 inches. The string line of the roof eave from the story pole to the existing house is not properly shown on the site. Existing story pole is inaccurate and set too low. So what he did was he created a correct one. And again, for the recording, I'll read it. The top one says, corrected perspective of actual roof eave line. And if you'll note in between the area of the red, if you go back and you look at the rendering, you'll see that the roof matches the architect's red lines. Left one says line of string line at site slopes down out of level. He's pointing to the original one. Story pole at building corner is the same. And then what he says at the bottom is corrected heights. Roof lines show perspective corrected actual heights of addition, wall, and roof eave, and the slopes of the roof lines above. Actual height and impact will be significantly greater than shown by the existing story poles on site. I should indicate the phrase significantly greater is in italics. Excuse me. This corrected view assumes interior floor is level with the existing house, and interior ceiling height in the addition is 8 foot 0 inches. When I saw this, I had somebody come out with a transit because I'm standing on the property and I'm noticing a slight incline from the Larson property to the Chapman property. Sure enough, his property, as best we can tell because we couldn't get over the fence, is approximately 16 inches higher. So the ground level is about 16 inches higher than the Larson property. So even though the commission dropped the ceiling height by 7 inches, add 16 to the drop number. I also understand that there's been some commentary by Mr. Chapman that Ms. Larson...
Sir, you should be aware you've only got a minute or so.
Okay. So I will address only if Mr. Chapman raises it. Ms. Larson did not know about this addition when she bought the house and they were married. There are plans with her name on it for 2008. They do not, those plans do not, I repeat, do not show this addition. And last but not least, I want to bring, I don't know whether has the council seen the transcript? Or, okay, if you've seen a
we don't have a transcript, we have
okay, then I do want to...
meeting minutes, we have minutes.
Yeah, okay, I want to make, if I can go over by just a few minutes, The minor design review, this
I'm
is.
going to give you 1 more minute, okay?
Okay. So if you look, I'm going to leave this up. You guys can look at it but when you read some of these comments by the commissioners, and I've intentionally deleted their names. If you go into, you'll know who they are. But one of them says, and I realize this is de novo, but this is also part of the administrative record. It says, I'm going to speak out of school. It's actually not legal, and this is what he's talking about is what's going on here, because Mr. Chapman jumped out of sequence and was speaking after closed public session. Ms. Larson was not given an opportunity to respond. I'm going to speak out of school. It's actually not legal, and we don't want this kind of back and forth because it gets everybody in trouble. And then he went on later and he says, if I was to be so bold, which I won't do without asking what everybody else would do, I would make a motion to approve it with the modifications to the roof pitch, but I don't want to upset the applicant. You couple that kind of commentary with the commissioners here, 1, 3, and 4, all commenting about that they view the visual impact as being very significant. It's in the transcript, and I can provide, if the council wants, I can provide a transcript. So with that with that in mind, I just want to bring, as to finding number 3, you'll note this is in Mr. Chapman's handwriting. No effect on privacy of nearby neighbors. Single story. I'll let you decide whether or not that's an impact. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. You can. I think it might make more sense to go through both the appellant and the applicant first, and then we'll go through questions a little bit later. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay. Just so for those people who couldn't hear that, one of my fellow council members was asking, would now be, commonly what we would do is ask questions immediately, but I think in the essence of fairness here, we'll go through the initial presentations and get some public comment, and then we'll take up all the questions later. Is that all right with everybody? Mm-hmm. Michael, Jim, Diane?
I do what I'm told by you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Michael. What's that? You good? And Mr. Chapman, please step up if you'd like to say something. Now, I'd ask you to try to limit it to 10, but in fact, we gave him a little extra, so.
Yeah, let's give him exactly the same.
So we'll give him, what is it, about 12 or something? Okay.
Okay, I actually am going to use slides. So
Can you use a microphone, sir?
So I'm actually going to use slides so everybody can see what I'm going to talk about. So this is my addition project. First applied for July 9th. Philip, just to correct, your numbers were different from the numbers in the initial thing. It's actually 1,323 square feet. Yeah, and this in your initial one. So anyway, so Ms. Larson, so anyway, as Mr. Boyle pointed out, they went through step by step their criteria for approving, or as they say, to comply with a design review. First one is conformance with the general plan. And if you read, compatible with existing neighborhood character, structures, encourage property owner reinvestment in upgrades to existing residences and related property improvements. This is the staff or the planning department professionals. The proposed remodel additions at my home will be an improvement to the property, and it is consistent with the general plan because they will upgrade, blah, 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 which encourages property owners to reinvest in existing. Confirmation with the zoning ordinance. Mr. Boyle did hit this one. This is what the wording says: to reserve appropriate located areas for family living, that's an important point to remember going forward, in a variety type of dwellings at a reasonable range. That's the R1. Sunlight and shade, this has been brought up repeatedly. The initial statements and objections were, his addition will, quote, completely obliterate my view. Okay. Well, in the words of the professionals who work for the town of Corte Madera, the project will not significantly and adversely affect the views. The proposed areas in 2 areas, My home is a patio home. There's two sort of short wings in a central area. The component of the home that's in contention that's adjacent to Ms. Larson's property is the north sort of wing, which constitutes the master bedroom. That's the extension that's in contention. It goes west. Our homes are in a kind of funny orientation, if people aren't aware. Her home is actually 90 degrees clocked to my home. So this area is actually behind her back fence. So the north wall of my home, there's a 5-foot previous code setback to the fence, and then there's about 25 or 30 feet setback to where her home is. So this is, again, keeping in perspective, this is looking out across her backyard, over her back fence. This then, on the other side of her backyard fence, is my front yard, which currently looks like a park. I'll show pictures. It's a large expanse of landscaped area. New roof. The code for this area is I could go 30% of my lot size and up to 30 feet. The current home is about 8.5 feet, a flat, sagging, leaking tar and gravel roof. The area that I originally proposed that's in contention was to go up about a foot, and after the planning department and the planning commission dropped it down to 12.5 feet, which is 1.5 feet higher than it currently is. They asked me to put story poles in. I've complied. Mr. Boyle and I were in close communication through this whole time. This is really interesting. These guys did the most thorough due diligence. I applied in July. It took until December to get through the process. They visited, whoops, my bad. They visited the project site and the surrounding neighborhood several times, both before and after story poles were installed. They came onto the property, they came onto her property multiple times. Pictures were taken multiple times. They came on because of the sunlight, and again, the grandiose statement, this will, quote, this will block 80% of my sunlight. In fact, their assessment coming in December, November, at dusk, when the sun is at its lowest, when the equinox of the sun to the earth at its lowest angle, they observed that there was no shadows cast onto the yard or residence of our home. I don't think I have to belabor that. The next part of the review process, the structure site plan, they ascertained that, oh my bad, sorry, again. This is tricky. It's a very modest, oh boy, so sorry. It's a very modest proposal. I'm basically taking my 1,320 square foot home with one full bath, increasing it by 400 now square feet after the revisions. The overall height is really 1 foot at the contended area, is nominal. My lot to size ratio is currently at about 16 and change percent to my lot size. I could go up to 30%. This increase will add, will bring it up to about 21, almost 22% of my lot size. If I, anyway, I'm not gonna belabor that either. And the last thing that they look at is, that's appropriate in the landscaping, et cetera. And they ascertain that indeed it does. Ms. Larson, as her right, appealed the decision of the planning department. And just to run through really quickly, she makes a statement. First argument is the town chose not to include key elements of the general plan. This suggests bias. Starts getting offensive, I think, to the planning staff. The staff report, very objective. Their response, as required, the project conforms with the general plan. And here's several reasons why. Again, reiterating upgrades for homeowners to upgrade these older homes, bring them up to code. Reinvesting in upgrades is encouraged, and the proposed and they go on to say that their opinion is that the proposed remodel addition is an improvement to the property. They're consistent with the general plan because blah, 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 they, use this language. Her next argument will not only eliminate my short and long-term views, but does so by constructing a massive wall in the foreground that drastically, negatively, and forever alters the relationship in my home. Well, here's what our town's professionals responded. Staff looked closely at the potential view impacts, and in their opinion, they found that they were not significant enough to warrant denying the project, especially with the compromises that were added. Appeal argument number 3. None of the general plan policies focused on the view and preservation. It's getting redundant. Did she even bother to read the approval document? This goes on and on. It's somehow, if you ignore what has been written or discussed before and just keep saying the same thing over and over, it doesn't exist. Maybe someone will just change their mind, or you'll find someone who agrees with you. Number 4, now it gets just, again, dogmatic. The addition does not conform with a zoning ordinance. Now, just a blank statement, no comment as to why she thinks it doesn't conform, but again, it's redundant. So the staff patiently responds again. States reserve appropriately located. We've read this before, haven't we all? Okay. Number 5, there's nothing in the general plan that says homeowners, okay. So now let's really drill down. This is very interesting. I actually was very impressed with the intelligence that the general plan was written in. And this is what the staff responds. The guiding principle of the general plan acknowledges that all our neighborhoods in Corte Madera are nearly built out. There's no more blank inventory to build. So the focus in coming years turns to improving the neighborhood character of these areas. Quote, growing families add to an ever-increasing pressure to expand the size of our existing homes and improve an aging housing stock. Proper design can enhance the character when existing homes are expanded or otherwise remodeled. My home was built in 1949. It was built for returning GIs. There is not one lick of insulation in that home. There are single-pane galvanized windows. I have 1 bathroom. I have 2 tiny little bedrooms. Back then, yes, a family of 5 could live in these homes, and they did. But the guiding principle now is to take these aging, deteriorating homes and encourage residents to bring them up to code, to improve them for the new demographic, the growing demographic of our town. Families. Here's the policy. Encourage property owner reinvestment and upgrades to existing residences. The next part is what the general plan says as an implementation program. It says support upgrades to existing residential structures when consistent with the general plan and zoning ordinance.
Sir, please beware, about 1.5 minutes, okay?
Okay, I'll move it along. Same thing, redundant. And then it goes on. Then she starts, I feel, getting more personal, more offensive to the planning department and the town. It was an error. It was an abuse of discretion. The town seems to not have the bandwidth or direction to do the right thing. I found, yeah, she had her realtor, you all read the letter, her longtime friend who sold her the house. Town's funding does not reflect the general consensus. Yeah, at the commission meeting, it was a dog and pony show. Multiple people got up and spoke, people who don't even live in our town, friends, people, her anti-development colleagues, like this has become the new wind cup. Again, it's not conforming, okay, despite what everybody says. Every assertion is incorrect, not accurate. So really, to me, what this comes down to is credibility and integrity. These pictures, let me scroll down, aren't even accurate. This is a picture of my home. You walk in the front gate, you can see it's a park. Yes, whoops, my bad. There is Jennifer's thing. This is the fence. This is 50 feet from here to her property line, and then another 14 beyond. This is the part that's going to pop out a bit, 15 feet out of 50 plus another 15. I have to set it back another foot because the new code is 6 feet, so it's going to be even pushed back farther. This height is the same. I don't know if they're talking about the story poles. Mr. Boyle showed us the same height. That line is just a continuation. Here is looking laterally. This is Jennifer's bay window. Here's where the story pole is. Her view clocks out to the southwest. Credibility, integrity, those things that he puts up on the easel.
Sir, you've got to wrap it
Okay,
up.
I'll wrap it up. Aren't showing accurately the view. I would go with what our town planners pictures. This is the window. It's not creepy. There are 3 windows on this side of the house. This is my
Sir,
current,
you've really got to get to the
okay,
end.
it's my current bedroom window. That's what it looks out at. Her fence and the bamboo barrier, which the commission stipulated that I just extend that down. That's exactly what those 2 windows will look at.
Sir, you really got to
That's
get
it.
to the
I'm
end.
done. And that's my conclusion then.
Thank you. I understand. And I'm sorry to harass everybody, but I'm trying to keep us on schedule as best we can. Okay, so I think the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to invite public comment, and then after that, we will recall both the appellant and the applicant, and among others, I think that some members of the town council may have questions as well. So if somebody has public comment, please step up, state your name for the record, and 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Peter Orth, still at Meadowcrest. I attended the March 8th Planning Commission appeal hearing on this proposed home addition. I, like others, do not accept the rationale presented in the staff recommendation of this proposal. Jen Larson has noted that metrics should be used in determining the amount of view blockage your home would experience. Staff declared that the decision by the commission was a qualitative one, and therefore metrics weren't necessary. How can this not become a part of the assessment that is specifically prohibited by the town's general plan? Based on my low technology look at the proposal, I estimate 80% view blockage. You could hold something up in front of it, measure how much is blocked, how much remains. I think you could do that. This is a quantitative determination and not qualitative opinion-based decision. A qualitative description of the impact would still be that it was totally disrupted and no longer gave any feeling of connection to the ridge to the south. The proposed addition is contrary to the general plan. My comments at the hearing on the proposed project related to my experience with the importance of the view in working with my mother's estate in Santa Barbara. The commission deliberations took an unusual turn when the applicant threw a temper tantrum when it appeared some commission members might feel there's a substantial view impact and began discussing possible relocations of the requested addition. The applicant got up without any chair recognition and stated he was leaving, as he was an on-call physician. He had not received any call to duty and would spend no more time. He would just plant trees and block the view. A commission member got up and told the applicant that a little more time would see things worked out. He then led the discussion to point out how the proposed addition was within allowable zoning limits on setback, etc. And that was the determining factor, again ignoring the general plan violation. The commission chair continued the discussion with mitigation measures which had negligible impact on the view blockage. Discussions of a high fence to ensure privacy showed how completely the concept of view as an important property right was ignored by the commission deliberations. The idea that a further blockage of view would mitigate the loss of view is incomprehensible. The picture of a town filled with 8-foot-high fences to depict everyone's privacy seems absurd, but that is the extension of that line of thought. Prison exercise yards must allow a view of the sky. Is that the standard we want for the residents of Corte Madera? The only reasonable course for the council is to send consideration of the project back to the town's planning staff, directing that the view metrics be applied to evaluation of view blockage. If that is not the action, then the council must go back to the citizens of Corte Madera and inform them that the council members have decided that the general plan will be changed to suit this applicant. I hope this council supports the maintenance of the town's quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orth. And thank you, as always, for your smart comments. Let me just make one comment, not only to you, sir, but to both the appellant and the applicant. There have been peppered throughout our discussions so far the occasional personal commentary. I would ask that we try to refrain from that in the future. It's okay to challenge an opinion. It's okay to challenge a fact. It's not okay to challenge somebody's integrity. It's not okay to challenge them personally. Try to avoid the adjectives and the adverbs. The substance of it is perfectly appropriate. But I would ask that our next people and the applicant and appellant when they get up again, and my fellow council members, we try to avoid that extra unnecessary element. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Andre Pessis, and you robbed my first statement by saying that I don't think it should be the Hatfields and McCoys, but it should be based on fact. And it seems to me very reasonable that if you buy a house with a view, and then all of a sudden your neighbor wants to build and remove your view, that shouldn't be proper. And most of his arguments were around the fact that he's bringing it up to code, removing single pane windows, flat roof. All that has no relevance to the fact that the applicant loses her view by this process. And it's rare that a conflict carries with it a simple solution. And you guys already told us the simple solution. There's another space on the property that a variance would solve this. Now, I've seen a lot of projects where I live on Christmas Tree Hill, and I would say 75% of them have had variances. So I ask this body, what is the problem? Why doesn't it move to where everybody's happy? And it seems to me a simple solution. I wish everything in this world was that simple.
Thank you, sir. Can I just ask, in addition to our two friends about to come up, who else intends to make a comment today on this matter? Okay, we're going to keep it at 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
I'll take less. I'm Tina MacArthur, and I work for Pacific Union Real Estate. I've been selling in the Twin Cities for a very long time. And pure and simple, if that view is taken away, if Jennifer's view is taken away, the reduction of her value is at least $100,000 or more. That property is predicated on that view corridor, and it would be a travesty if she lost it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. MacArthur. Yes, please.
Peter Hensel, Willow Avenue. The general plan is the blueprint for the development of the town. All its elements must be internally consistent. Likewise, municipal code must conform to the general plan or be amended if it is not. When applying both general plan and code, town planners must view each section within the broad framework of the whole. There should not be and cannot be selective application of code to enable a homeowner's expansion project to go forward, especially if it significantly impacts a neighbor's view. Unfortunately, in this case, the playing field has been tilted to allow one neighbor's development rights to overpower another neighbor's right to preservation of a long-range view of an historic, protected, open hillside. The applicable general plan section that should have been applied in this case is found in Chapter 5.3. And this is a quote: "Views from residential properties add to property values and enhance quality of life. At the same time, such view sheds can also create conflicts for owners seeking to develop or construct additions to their homes when construction may impact views from nearby properties. Here's the key. This issue will be regulated with standards that allow for a reasonable amount of development while minimizing significant negative impacts to neighbors' views." That's what all the talk and the compromises never did do. And by the way, Jennifer is willing to compromise about the height of the addition over her kitchen, which does take out sunlight. But I don't blame her for not wanting what will be visually a bulky extension, seen through her bay window. And the house is developed around that view. Finally, just in summation, the mitigating conditions Planning Commission placed on this view obstructing project are so minuscule as to verge on the absurd. I'm sorry to say it, but they are like a bad joke. If this project goes forward, Ms. Larson's sole view from her bay window, that of a protected Corte Madera ridge, will be largely eliminated. And the end result will be significant value taken out of Ms. Larson's high-end home. Council should uphold her appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Hensel. Next, please.
Thank you. My name is Karin Vargovic. I'm a neighbor and not at all affected by or impacted by this development. But I sent this letter in actually to council on April the 6th, which was the day I looked at the posts and imagined what this would be to Jennifer's property. So I'll read this letter briefly. Blocks 90+% of the view for the preserved ridge. Blocks southern exposure to the house and yard, completely changing the gardening environment and house heating. Destroy privacy by proposed windows that will allow a direct view to the secluded garden and living room. Significantly reduce the value of the property. Set a precedent for detrimental development and destruction of a small, close-knit neighborhood. Create distrust and anger at town council and the planning department for not adhering to the general plan and common sense. And I think it is important, as has been brought out by several already, that there is an opportunity to construct the same size structure toward the north of the house. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bogovic. Next, please.
Hello, all. My name is Steve Kopetsky, and I actually live at 363 Chapman, which is a property that's directly adjacent to Michael Schmutz. I forwarded you a short letter on Thursday, the 28th. Is it fair to ask if you've had an opportunity to review it?
I don't remember offhand, sir, the content of your letter, but I can assure you I read everything in this giant pack.
As I stated in that note, this is a real difficult situation for me because I have been friends with Jennifer and Michael for over 10 years, and I'm actually very fond of them both.
I do remember this letter.
Okay. And the fact is, I'm not trying to take extreme positions on personality here. For me, it's all about principle and the actual facts involved. As I understand it, Mr. Schmutz's plans are well within the height, setback, lot coverage, and floor ratio regulations for the R1 medium density regional zoning district, which is definitely a mouthful. Do I also have that correct?
Residential.
Okay. I also understand that this proposed addition does not include the addition of a second story. With all due respect to everyone involved, the claims in the appeal are significantly overstated and not based in fact, despite claims to the contrary. I'm simply providing my full support to Mr. Schmutz and with his opportunity to move forward with this very reasonable request that has also been approved on 2 separate occasions with due diligence. So thanks for listening, and I hope I win the award for brevity.
Thank you, Mr. Kopetsky. You do not. Who's next?
Hello, my name's Samuel Grayson Spangenberg. My main question is, I know that both groups have brought up the question multiple times of how much percentage is obstructed. Is there a way using math that you could go in and get the actual percentage obstructed by this view? And using that percentage, could you create an accurate decision of what percentage is allowed to be obstructed by an increase in house development size?
Thank you very much for that comment.
And I'll just tell you one thing. It all depends on where you're standing, doesn't it? If you're 5 inches from it, you're fully obstructed. If you're 50 miles away, you're not obstructed. If you're to the left, you might be. To the right, you're not. This whole thing is about one spot. So, you know what I'm saying. Okay.
Name is Richard Willis. I live on El Camino, and I've lived in Corte Madera 40 years this year. When Jen asked me for an observation on her situation, I have a similar circumstance. Perhaps some of you do too, but I don't have any big view or any great extravagance. But the backyard and the deck and the lawn and the garden are really the focal point for my house. That's probably worth more than the house. But You know, when it comes to entertainment, when you have kids and dogs and barbecues, it's a very important area. If I were to lose that very pleasant outlook that I have from that area, I'm a layman, I'm not a realtor, but I bet you that's worth somewhere between $100,000 and $150,000 to the house, maybe more. And having seen Jennifer's situation, I bet it's probably something similar in her circumstances. It's a big piece of the property. There's no front view, there's no great extravagance otherwise, but it's a beautiful outlook. So I definitely related to her circumstance. I would add that over all the years, virtually all my neighbours have added to their house, some of them as much as doubled it, their houses. And I mean my adjacent neighbours and my nearby neighbours. In all that time, I was going to say, there's never been a problem. Everybody's been considerate of their own neighbours. There's been a little discussion, a couple of minor modifications, but everything went smoothly because everybody was considerate. Having said that, when I was pondering on this, it occurred to me, it dawned on me that maybe because I had blocked an unpleasant memory, in fact, my backyard neighbour in 1989 tried to expand his house without permits. Right, he's above the hill from myself, almost into my backyard. In fact, he tried by adverse possession to take some of the property. So all of this was out without permit and not within the general plan. And I had to go through the council. At the time, Phil Gioia was the mayor. It was in September 1989. And the council very quickly concluded that the neighbour was acting completely outside of the general plan, put sanctions on the building, red tagged it. The guy ended up going bankrupt and left town. So lucky me. Since then, we've never had a problem. But the point of the story is there is a solution to this situation. It's not that complicated. The big problem is that A is trying to expand his property at the expense of B, almost 100%. His gain is somebody else's loss. And that's not going to go over well in any town. So I suggest humbly the solution is the gentleman who's trying to expand should have his property rights by all means, but expand the property not at the expense of a neighbour. Problem
Thank you,
solved.
Mr. Willis. You got to get to the end.
Problem solved.
Oh, thank you. All right. Next, please.
Phyllis Metcalf, 23 Parkview Circle, Vice Chair of the Planning Commission. Tonight, part of what was presented was incorrect, presented by staff, and I have the report. Peter, our chair, is also here. What we voted on was the maximum height of the addition was not to exceed 12.6 inches. That is not the height at the eave. That is the height of the highest point of the peak. And I think the slideshow showed 17-something feet that you showed, Phil.
Yeah, you know, Phyllis, I had that exact question. So please tell me.
Excuse me?
I had that exact question.
Okay. So all of the drawings and everything you've seen are not correct. I have here photographs that were taken by Peter, who you know works in construction, so he's quite good, and these are copies. I don't want this all to fall. And I'm going to hand them to you because Peter drew in what the extensions would be, and they're far different when you're looking at a height that is 5 feet less than everyone has talked about all night. And I think if decisions are to be made, they should be made on the proper number.
Okay.
And if you have questions about these photographs, you should ask Peter who took them.
Okay. Phil, when we come back around, I'm going to want you to address that eventually. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to have Phil get up maybe and answer a few questions. Then I'll ask the applicant second to last and then the appellant last to if you'd like to say anything else. And you may have questions from the town council. So Phil, could you answer the last question first,
Absolutely.
which is, what is the approved height of the new work being done by the applicant?
So the approved height per the Planning Commission's modifications of the project is shown here on this slide. And these are the modified plans that the applicant has provided. And it shows the addition at not to exceed 12 feet 6 inches to the ridge of the addition, the top of the addition.
So it's still 17 at the peak and 12 plus at the ridge, is that right?
It's
Or at the,
no, the 17 refers to, where's my pointer? Borrow a pointer, anybody have one? Thank you. This is not the tallest part of the building. This is the tallest part of the addition.
Oh, that's what I meant.
The tallest part of the building is over here.
Okay.
And that is approximately 17 feet high. The
And what
tallest
is
part
the
of the
tall-
building is in the middle of the building.
What's the tallest part of the addition?
Tallest part of the addition shall not exceed, per the Planning Commission, 12 feet 6 inches.
Okay, that harmonizes it for me, or reconciles the difference, I get it. Okay, that's the only question I had for Phil. Anyone else before we move on to the appellant and applicant?
While I have the microphone, if I could correct I failed to mention to you, had at your places several pages of letters that were submitted to the town post the packet. So those are letters from neighbors.
Actually do have a question.
Okay.
You all have that in front of you.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask Phil a question.
Yeah,
Of course.
Okay.
After you.
I'm looking at this, and obviously, yeah, there is, I don't know what you call that, but the roof line or the edge all the way on the right is at an angle. What is that? So up at the top, we know it's 12.6.
Right. This is it's called a hip roof. A hip roof slants down.
Okay.
This is called a what's that called? Gable roof. Thank you, architects.
Okay, so at the bottom of the hip, what's the height of that? Do we know?
Bottom here, according to plans, are finished floor level to plate level, 8 feet 3 inches, plus or minus. 8 feet, 8 feet 3 inches.
Okay, so.
More or less the ceiling height inside.
All right, so an 8-foot fence would start a little bit lower than the foundation presumably, and would come maybe to the top of where those windows are. Okay.
Right.
All right, so with that hip roof, wouldn't that allow for some view of the ridge line? Because it is not 12 feet 6 straight up all the way at the end of that addition.
Right. One will, this, there's a view here and there's a view here. Yeah, this is.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Michael?
Yes. I just wanted to find out, what was the response or reaction, or what were the reasons given why, sorry, the mic's on now. What were the reasons why the property owner that put in the original plans wanted to have this particular layout as opposed to say, and forget about the fact that there's a variance needed if they go on the street side, but there are other places on the property. It's a large piece of land. So, there, for example, that whole patio area, if you took the shaded area there and that little cutout that's just there and just extended it in there. I mean, I'm just talking about, people keep bringing up alternative, designs. What's the reason, or what did you hear when anything like that was proposed for not doing anything different?
I can certainly state what the applicant told me, but I would prefer him to say it to you in terms of floor plan and
then I
layout.
can reserve that. Thank
think
you.
it's-
Yes, no,
okay.
I just wanted to hear, because one of the things that's been provided to us was that it was an unruly hearing and it was out of order and all the rest of it. So I'm trying to get more of a flavor for what really happened there, as opposed to, that it wasn't anarchy. It sounds like it was well run, but I just wanted to hear your opinion, as to.
Okay,
Yeah,
good enough. Thanks, Michael.
you're welcome. Yes.
All right, any other questions of our planning staff? All right, thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. Chamut up next, if you'd like to respond to anything that's been said to date. Now, be aware what's going to happen is that there may be questions from the council, and then The same opportunity will be given to the appellant, and then we're going to close the public comment, and we're going to try to make a decision here.
Can I ask a question?
2 minutes. Of whom? There is. So
You're
he's
an
going.
MD, correct?
Pardon me, Jim?
You're an
Jim.
MD?
Jim. So what's going to happen is he's going to respond to whatever he'd like first, and then you'll have an opportunity, as will the rest of us, to ask questions.
You're an
Yes.
MD, correct?
Yes.
His title is doctor.
I'm sorry, Doctor. I was not intending to be
No
disrespectful.
offense. Michael is fine. It's
That's my
fine.
only-
I prefer Michael. Thank you, though.
Preyed on me all evening.
Okay.
So, in response,
Now be aware, sir, you've only got 2 minutes.
okay, Vice Mayor first brought up the point that, yes, indeed, you're correct. Your impression is correct. The angle of the hip roof slopes away and upwards. This is 8'3". The fence is 6 feet high. The bamboo comes up to here. This top peak is 12'6", and that's what the story poles depict exactly accurately. And this now comes out 15 feet, and then there's another 60 feet, and so the whole southwest view is still available. That setback with the 6 feet from the fence and 7.5 feet to that peak, plus the 30 feet setback from her backyard, as Michael pointed out, Mr. Lappert, that it's geometry. It's this much. It's not this. So, yes. So it's actually been very, well, no, but you pointed out that it's a matter of geometry to the question of, can you objectively calculate the blockage? There is a tremendous amount of view, and if I mentioned earlier how our houses are 90 degrees oriented, it's actually more like about 100. Her house is actually clocked a little more towards the west. So her view actually is looking even more away. It's actually, see, there's a whole nother window here, right? So her house is actually looking out this way. She has all this available of the ridge. You can still see the ridge. I mean, it's just coming out to here. So it's really nominal. As the professional city planners who have credentials and credibility, no offense,
Let me interrupt you just for a second.
ascertained.
You only got 2 minutes. And
Okay.
The one question that I want to get out of my mind.
Yes.
You were given the opportunity for redesign. There are a lot of different things.
Can you show
just-
that
can
plan?
you
I'll
just-
show why. Okay.
So, Michael, just to be clear, what we're going to do, he's got 2 minutes, but our questions can take as long as
Oh, is that-
necessary.
I'm sorry.
Although I would like us to try to be as
Okay,
brief
that's-
as
okay,
possible,
got
because
it.
we
Oh,
got
I'm
other
sorry.
stuff to
Then
get
I
to.
didn't mean to interrupt.
Why don't
No,
you finish your-
that's fine. I'm fine. I mean, I think we beat this to death. It's been going on for 10 months, and
Okay.
you guys read the packet. You read the letters. You saw Peter Schwartz's letter as well, I assume.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Yep.
Redesign. Tell us about redesign.
Okay, the reason not to go in the back. As you saw from that one picture, all the real estate is here. This is like the Marin dream. You find a lot that you love with a little 2-bedroom, 1-bath house that's built, 1949. Wow, beautiful lot. I could add this house on and make it a nice home, upgrade it, blah, blah, blah. Back here, this is the property line. The variance would actually go into city land, town land, and the roads there. So that's not an option. There's a fireplace here that goes into the bedroom, heating and air conditioning. The one bathroom is here, and the plumbing would tandem nicely to the master bath here, and then the walk-in closet. All I'd like to do is have a second bathroom and a closet, a proper master bedroom. Miss Larson has a 3-bedroom home, 2,000 square feet. It's got 3 full bedrooms, 2 full baths. She actually encroaches herself on town land with a driveway and parking area. So all of us on Tunnel Lane have these little 2-bedroom, 1-bath post-World War II homes. We're just trying to bring them up. We all have a lot of fun. I've lived there for 14 years. We'll have a lot of fun kind of, have a little clearinghouse and how we do this, how we do that. And again, that's why front. Now, the other question about why not just fill in this area. Well, this is the entrance to the house, okay? Right now, the front door kind of opens here. It's awkward. This is going to come forward 8 feet, which will give me a room for like a little dining area. This comes down. It just goes past what this is. So it kind of maintains the original patio home configuration. It's consistent with the surrounding homes and vicinity. And it would be weird. What would I put here? I mean, you can have the master bedroom here and walk in. This is going to be a nice entryway with a foyer rather than just a door and a little dining area. So it's really a no-brainer to come in this way. And it allows me to widen the bedroom as well, too. So I could actually get a proper-sized bed in there and have a closet and a bathroom, a second bathroom. So when I have guests come, everybody's not using the little bathroom original. Yes, sir.
Jim?
May I ask you a question? Why don't you take the bedroom put it here, run a corridor along there, then you'll have a guest bedrooms there, and you'll have privacy there, and you can easily come from your dining room area to here or wherever.
Yeah.
I believe you've got sort of a laundry room or something.
I respect what you're saying. So the kitchen is here. This is the original one-car garage. It's actually on a slab. It's below grade. And that's it's sort of a mud room. The roof is actually lower, and part of the plan is to make the whole roof contiguous, proper roof, with enough pitch for drainage, put solar on it, make it self-sustaining. It would be very difficult to put in the heating and air conditioning because it's on slab.
This would be mid-foundation here.
Right, but you got to appreciate, in all due respect, I mean, I've spent 10 years and many tens of thousands of dollars on architect plans, structural engineering, thinking about it, dreaming about it, how this house would best be built out in the most congruent way, economical way. It would be weird to go from the kitchen to walk through another room into the master bedroom.
I'm not saying that. I'm
Yeah,
saying-
but I've had architect, I've had two.
Corridor here,
Mhm.
and you can have windows and doors, and so open up in the patio. In effect, you'd be creating a courtyard. So your bedroom would be, in effect, down here.
So right here is Mr. Kopetsky's home. This is southeast facing. I get light in the bedroom from here, from the windows here. I hate to say more feng shui. It's just, I know what you're saying. Looking at the plan, and you've been to the house briefly, I've had two different architects, and this is the best laid plan. That's all I can say. And I mean, I appreciate the suggestions. I'm not really interested at this point in entertaining other people's ideas on how I might redesign my home. Okay?
And we understand that.
But
Right, Carla?
I appreciate the.
Just if you've thought of this, and
ma'am.
I don't want to get into the redesigning,
Sure.
that's up to you. But when I was over at this site, I had questioned you about the setbacks, and that it had been 5 feet, and then it was changed to 6 feet. And just, I'm wondering if you perhaps got a variance to continue with the 5-foot setback, but then lob off a little bit at the end, so you wouldn't be
So what,
using
if I hear you
floor
correctly,
space.
to reiterate what you're saying, is to eliminate this setback so that this wall's contiguous, so I could actually have a bed here, not have it be weird. Would I lop off some? And what would that accomplish?
Well, I look at it in a way that you're not losing anything, but in the spirit of compromise, it would be allocating
So,
a little bit more view corridor.
so I understand, I appreciate, the honesty in trying to accommodate, trying to propose a compromise. My compromise in the very beginning was to design a very modest project. My right would have been to use up my whole lot size, which would have been 2,470 square feet. I'm just trying to add 450 square feet to bring it to a total of 1,700. What if I had proposed to have this out 20 feet and then compromise back? So I actually proposed a very reasonable, modest plan. Appreciate it, but so what's happening now is that I proposed something very modest and very within the spirit and the integrity of the whole neighborhood here. And people are lopping off little by little by little. So it's, I appreciate the thought. Giving that variance would actually push it closer to Ms. Larson's house.
But it would reduce the,
I
where it
understand that Ms.
encroaches on
Larson,
the view
right now,
corridor.
out here and beyond, like as Mr. Boyle pointed out, all the way to Tunnel Lane, I maintain an expansive park. Wouldn't we all love to have a park behind our back fence so we don't see anything but, your neighbor's beautiful fruit trees and such? All I'm proposing to do is use up the property size that I have to do a very modest project. And right now, as you saw in the photos, there's already a big green barrier here with all the trees that are here now.
right, and I want to interject something that Just
It's up to the
doesn't
city, it's
apply
up to the,
yours
it's up to the town council
necessarily.
if they wish to modify my
Right,
project, but
this isn't
I would be really bummed
to
out.
apply to you, but where we do have the general plan and we have design guidelines, what is stated doesn't necessarily mean that everybody gets the max. And I'm not saying that
I
just to
understand.
you. But I think that we have to understand, everybody needs to understand that there's the spirit, but it doesn't mean that it's an entitlement. And I just wanted to make sure, just for the future.
I appreciate that. All around the neighborhood, people are building two-story homes right and left everywhere, and I thought I proposed a very modest, all my neighbors are ecstatic about it. They all think it's very modest. Only one person is, yes.
Thank you, Doctor. If you
Okay.
would stay there for just 1 minute, though,
Yes.
I think Diana's question for staff, at least.
I do. Why don't
Oh,
we-
I have one question for you then.
Yes.
Okay, now, before you answer this question, I want you to be mindful of a couple things. The first one is, we appreciate the amount of time that you've put in since you submitted the application. We also appreciate the amount of effort that you've put in thinking through the process. And we're not insensitive to things like the cost and having to possibly rip out work you've done before, and also the change to everything else. But one of the refrains that you mentioned a couple times in both your initial presentation and again now is the difficulty in trying to place part of your structure in your backyard there because of the setback issue and the variance that be required, which is currently at, what's the number that he's supposed to maintain without encroaching upon?
20 feet.
Okay. I want you to imagine, as a hypothetical, whether if you had a confidence that that variance would be granted, would that change your opinion about whether you could relocate the structure to the back, or whether the cost and everything else is still so significant it would no longer be something you'd consider?
I'll address that because that's always been a consideration. And several people on my block, we all kind of talk about whether we should go back or forward. Many people have actually extended their dining rooms into the back. No one has extended their living quarters into the back. There's several reasons. Yes, I've already, as you saw, I already had built a bunch of hardscape there. I would have to jackhammer out flagstone patio, EP deck that I laid with
No,
my...
I understand. The
know.
question is simply,
Would I
in
do
light
it?
of everything,
No,
if you no
I would
longer
not.
had the question about whether you'd get a, let's just assume you were
Right.
get it, would it change your opinion?
No.
Okay,
no.
good enough.
I've thought agonizingly about that.
I'm not
That's-
insisting, I
yeah,
just wanted to
got
know
it.
your view on that.
Yeah, no.
Okay, good enough.
It's not an option, sorry.
Diane?
Okay, are we done with?
We are. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
All right. I would like to ask Randy and Adam if there is anything to the allegation that there is any kind of an inconsistency in our general plan and I suppose our ordinance, or the two things that were mentioned earlier that were allegedly. Oh, okay.
Do you want to do that first? Or do you want to just ask a question and get that over?
I can wait, that's fine.
You know, I just for the sake of order, I think what we'd like to do is have the final final rebuttal, if you will, from the appellant, if they have anything they'd like to say. I mean, they might have questions from the town council, I don't know. And then following that, we're going to close public comment and try to come to something. Be aware, sir, 2 minutes. Sir, I've given lots of latitude before. I'd appreciate it if you could do the 2 minutes.
There we go, right there, right
Okay.
there.
So there's a reason why Jennifer brought a lawyer in. This is a legal issue. This involves the interpretation of the general plan and the municipal code. Vice Mayor just asked a question, which maybe perhaps we'll hear an answer to, perhaps not. Perhaps that's something a judge needs to decide.
Oh.
The reality is that you need to be able to say that this is not a significant or adverse impact on her view. And the reality is, this is done off the story poles, the existing story poles. So if there's something that's wrong about this, then there's something wrong with the story poles, because this is a rendering done off the story poles. And again, it's all about significant or adverse. And to address the Vice Mayor's point, the It is used in the disjunctive in the planning, in the general plan, and it is used in the conjunctive in the municipal code.
I wouldn't mind if you dumbed that down for me, frankly. What do you mean by disjunctive versus conjunctive?
Disjunctive is the or. So you would have to make a finding. Let me read it. That you need to make an affirmative finding that the project will not significantly or adversely affect the views, sunlight, or privacy of nearby residences. The planning, the municipal code says the project will not significantly, you need to make this finding, the project will not significantly and adversely affect the views, sunlight, or privacy of the nearby residences. Now, having said that, I think that the answer here is very clear. This does both. So maybe perhaps you don't have to wrestle with this potential inconsistency. And by the way, Commissioner Lappert, it wasn't a suggestion that
That's how I got it, sir.
Well,
I got
you
it
can
that
take
way.
it that way, but the reality is,
All right.
let me tell you something, if it's not this one, it's gonna be the next one, and the next one, and the next one.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you for looking out for us, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry? Oh, yeah, you know what, though, there may be questions. Does anybody have a question for the appellant? Michael, Diane, Carla? Yes.
Mr. August, I have a question for you. What again was your reference at the beginning of your presentation in regard to Citron versus
Yes.
Town of Corte Madera?
So Citron versus Corte Madera is a, for the lawyers in the room, it is a published but yet not citable case to a court. A 2002 decision upholding the town of Corte Madera's town council decision to deny an appeal of an appellant of a variance request. And in the course of that case, the court laid out essentially the directives that a municipality needs to follow, and there are two of them. One is whether the findings are in compliance with all statutory and regulatory criteria and requirements, and two, whether the findings bridge the analytical gap between the raw evidence and your ultimate decision. That is the guidance that the court gave.
Because, excuse me, with that case, and I'm certainly no attorney, but with that case, Ms. Larson would automatically lose her appeal, as what happened in that case. I recall that case. I don't know if you recall it too, Michael. But
Well, I'm not sure why you believe that, but I mean, that could be your.
it was the whole issue was view blockage.
Again, I would commend you to consult with your counsel about that case.
So I think just, Carla, if you don't mind, let me just clarify one thing that was just discussed a little bit there. Something the attorney, I think, correctly pointed out is the decision is not cited and is, I think, can't be relied on as precedent. The reason why I believe he uses it, though, is that you can consider it as a persuasive description of the way somebody else looked at some sort of a problem and addressed it. But it's not intended, and I suspect he's not intending it to be, something to control our decision, simply guidance for our decision-making process. Is that right?
That is correct. It sets a standard. That's all it does.
Very good. Anything else for the attorney?
No, but well said.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Question for staff? Are we good? Yes.
No, I'd like to ask
Okay.
staff, your take on the alleged inconsistency between the general plan and our municipal code, and whether that means that we need to approach this from a slightly different perspective.
No, I don't think there's any inconsistency. I actually didn't catch what was cited at the first, when the appellant first made his presentation. There was some general plan section that was cited, but I don't know. I was looking for it myself. I couldn't find out what it was, and I don't think it was really clear what that was. But no, I don't think there's any inconsistencies. We have laid out in the staff report, page 4 of your staff report discusses in details the general plan policies related to views. In addition, we also discussed this as well in the last planning commission, or the planning commission hearing on this as well, and discussed the general plan's policies related to views as well. As far as municipal code, I think it's very clear that views, whether it's and or shall be considered as part of the findings that the commission, which we usually deal with, in this case the council, should be considering. So I would leave it at that. I don't see any inconsistency between the two. But again, I would like for clarification as to what section of the general plan was being referred to.
Okay, you know what, I think it's
Unless you'd like to share that board. Can you just maybe hand up the board?
Yeah, that's exactly.
That'd be great. In the
Well-
meantime, may I ask Phil a question?
of course.
Phil, in your original presentation, you stated that the story pole placement was double-checked. Can you tell me again when that happened approximately, who did it, and reassure me once again that those story poles are indeed accurate, because there was an allegation that they are not?
Yes, I will. So this is the photo of me checking the story poles on April 29th. I checked the height of the vertical poles. I did not check the height of the strings, and I did not, confirm that the strings were the absolute correct pitch per the plans.
But if
So
they're
that's-
straight from a pole to a pole, they should be pretty darn accurate.
Yes, yes. I mean, it is, there's,
With slight bow, okay.
Thank you. Sir?
So I just handed Mr. Wolf the section, it is the planning code section, the 5.0, general plan section 5.0, and then you juxtapose that with the municipal code section that's also on board, I believe that's board A in evidence.
Okay.
Again, the point being, there's a discrepancy between the word "and" in one place and.
Yeah, and if I may, I think this whole section is discussing the existing regulatory framework that already exists in the town. And it's talking about our existing design review process as of 2009, which hasn't changed.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
it's trying to explain what we actually have in the
Right.
muni code already.
Okay. Yes, Jim?
Okay, not being a lawyer, but having taken college logic and then having to program computers on occasion, as I understand it, if you use "or," then if it's significant, if that's true, then the whole statement, then the finding can be made. If it's adverse, then the finding can be made. If it's "and," then both significance and adverse have to be true in order to do the finding. So I guess I'm not certain
Right.
which
It's-
criteria each member of council
Right.
wants to use.
Randy, right, is that good enough? You made your,
Yeah, that's
Randy, I
it.
do have, before we close public comment, I just one more question, and then we're going to close here, I think. Randy, I want to give you a legal question, hypothetical. I want you to assume the council were to find that there is a significant and adverse effect on a view, but that every other part of that finding number 3 under 18.30.070 is met, and that all of the other items are met. In that circumstance, where there is a finding that there is a significant and adverse impact on view, but that everything else fits, does that require the council to grant the appeal and deny the underlying application? If that factual finding were made? Here. Oh, I don't know about, I can give you the finding, I don't know about the, here. Yeah.
Can I try to clarify the question?
Yes.
I think
You
you're
understand
saying
what I'm asking, Adam?
if one of the findings cannot be made, but all of the other findings.
Part of one of the findings cannot be made, but clearly unambiguously cannot be made. Does that trump the other 8 parts of the required findings?
Right.
And Randy, if you can't answer, I know I'm completely putting you on the spot, but it's important to me if there's a legal interpretation of that.
Yeah. So what 18.30.070 says is that.
Sub 3.
Sub 3, but at the beginning of it, it says, on the basis of the application, the planning commission, which you're standing in the shoes of now, makes all of the following findings. So it appears to me that all of those findings would have to be made in order for you to, for this to be approved.
Okay, good enough. Thank you, Randy. All right, I'm going to close public comment unless somebody absolutely has something they desperately need to say. Okay, I'm closing public comment, bringing it up to the council. Who would like to weigh in first? Okay, I'm going to start with Jim. Good luck, brother.
Thank you. Having visited the property and being corrected in terms of, I thought I was looking at the unadjusted story poles, but in reality I was looking at the adjusted ones that Phil then checked on the 29th. In terms of significant, yes, it has a significant impact on view. And two, it's adverse. You just stand in her living room and look out the window, and it's significant and it's adverse. So I don't need to worry whether the conjunction is or and. I would suggest either expanding, getting a variance and expanding towards Chapman, or better yet, building it on the southern property side of the property. So, anyway. That's it.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay.
Carla, do you have anything, or do you want to go on?
You can go on.
Michael?
Thank you.
Okay. I've had the opportunity, first of all, I did go and visit the property, although nobody was home. I took this whole appeal process as a signal that I was invited to have a look at the problem, which I did. Having sat here for a few years now, I've looked at a few of these appeals that come from the Planning Commission. And I believe that to date, and Carla will correct me, I don't think we've ever referred something back to the Planning Commission. That's not to say that it's because of what we do. It's a testament to the quality of the Planning Commission that we have. We spend a lot of time on this council selecting the planning commissioners. These are lay people. These are you and I. Like, I'm a lay judiciary, whatever you want to refer to me. I'm just an idiot that's been elected. The Planning Commission are idiots that put up their time and effort, and we appoint. And they work tirelessly to look at these projects. So I give them full credibility for their abilities. They work very hard, and they are supported by a very, very able staff. They are not given misinformation. They work very hard to come to proper decisions, and they balance these decisions. It's always a balancing act when you do this kind of thing. There's always going to be a problem. Most of the time, they resolve themselves. In this case, the problem is we have two ex-lovebirds. That's a big problem. For the life of me, Don.
Michael, let's try to keep it.
For the life of me, I can't. Well, in the sense that they used to be. They were married. No, it's not slanderous. They were married. They were married. They were married, and now they're not. No.
Okay, let's have a little order, please. And I recognize that.
And I will not change what I'm saying. At one point, they were married, and now they're exes. Lots of us have exes. So we have a situation that has a lot of other facets to it. So consequently, they were not able to reach a compromise. That's not surprising. I understand the whole thing with views. We have looked at this. It's generally, when we get this, when we have to listen to it, it's because there's a view corridor involved. And I'm a big believer in that. I believe in defending views, lights, sun, all of that. And I have to balance that with the property rights of the other person to develop their property. And I have to make a judgment from feeling. Part of that is feeling. I mean, the lawyer got up here and quoted chapter, verse, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is not how things are done on a community level. This is not a court, in the sense that the citizens have to sometimes make a decision based on what does it look like? Is the color seem okay? Is it in keeping with what I think the small town character is? There are a lot of variation. There's a lot of play there. And to hang a whole argument on an and or an or, I understand that the desire to have everything so perfect that we almost don't need a planning commission. You just kind of key punch in the hole into the computer, and the computer says, does not conform, and then it's done. Or it says, yeah, it's great, go ahead. It's not. It's human beings getting along. So we have to make decisions, and sometimes they can't be made, and then we have to hear it, and we have to be the people that make the final judgment, which is what we have to do today. My opinion is that the view involved here, yes, it is affected. Yes, the view is affected from a particular point. Every picture we've looked at comes from a sofa in a living room. So is that the only view? No, it's not. It's a big yard. You go to another part of the yard and the view is completely different. When I looked at it, I saw a gigantic palm tree. I didn't even see the hillside. I saw a giant palm tree, but if you move to another side, you see something else. I understand the appellant's desire to retain the full view that she had when she bought the home. I do understand that. But as the appellant knows very well, we wrestled with wind cup. And the wind cup problem is a result of people moving into our neighborhoods. It's a result of families, it's young children, families getting bigger, people wanting to, and so what happens with that is homes get developed, they get bigger. Most homes in this town were put up, most homes in this town were put up as summer cottages for San Francisco residents. They were little one-bedroom hovels. As the property owner said, they have no insulation. They didn't need insulation, people only came out here in the summer. Now we live here in the winter and we go through El Niños, Niños, and Niñas and everything else, and so you gotta make it right, and you gotta, the cost of energy and everything else. So the homes are being improved, and that is part of our general plan, is to allow this housing stock to be improved. And here is a person who I believe has proven to me that he wants to make a minor addition to a home that he could make much, much larger. And believe me, somebody would buy that property in a second and have every right to go full FAR with no variances. I would have to say in this case, the appellant's lucky. So I find that this addition is perfectly within the scope of things. I think that the views, while impacted, are not significant. And I think it's just part of modern life in the suburbs.
Thank you, Michael. Diane?
Oh, as usual, I agree with some of what you said, Michael. Maybe not calling people idiots and some of the other stuff.
Well, I included myself.
No, I know. You said it in the best, nicest use of the word idiots. You know, I visited the property twice, actually. Once to actually go into Miss Larson's home and backyard to see it. And I took a picture, and my picture does not look like the picture that the appellant's attorney, mine looks much like the one on the right. If you look at the story pole, mine actually was taken a little bit more from a vantage a little bit to the left of that. And above the story poles and the lines, I can see the ridge. There are an awful lot of trees, and it seems to me that the view that will be lost, at least from the vantage point where I was standing when I took this photo, is of trees in the, pretty much close to the fence line, it looks like. It's not the ridge line that is the view that is lost. In fact, I will show you, and I will hold my pen where the line is. So there is The entire view of the ridge is preserved. It is just these few little shrubs and trees. Now, that's from one vantage point, you know, there will certainly be a building there, and if you are standing in certain spots, yes, it will affect certain view corridors. But I'm not sure that this is, in fact, I will say, in my opinion, this is not significant. And I believe that the applicant is making a very modest addition to the home. I looked at the floor plans and I tried to consider how else an addition might be situated, a modest size addition, and the way he's doing it onto an existing bedroom is actually quite logical, and I can see why he wanted to do it that way. So I feel that I can uphold the findings that the Planning Commission could find, and that's about it.
Thank you, Diane. Carla?
Okay. This is one of these instances where I was looking at every rule possible that I could abstain from voting on this. But we live in a small town, and we're bound to know somebody that comes before us. So at any rate, I could make no finding for that. So I had to kind of change my role and switch back to when I was on the Planning Commission before I got onto the council. And one thing that we were always urged to remember was that we were considering the property, the impacts on the property around it. We had to separate ourselves from actually the homeowners. And I got used to that. It made decisions a lot easier. So I found that this decision was difficult for me, knowing the homeowner. But at any rate, I was glad that you had that, Diane, because I had on my little list of notes to bring up about the picture. As beautiful as the picture was, and that it showed a lot of blockage, it didn't show everything to the right, where there was still what I thought was just a sweeping view of the ridge of this big giant palm tree, that wasn't blocked. And the fact that the roof is sloped like this, so instead of like this, you're still being provided with this view. I felt that it had an impact on the neighboring house, but I didn't find that it was that significant. I must impress upon everybody, I am real sensitive to views, and I'm fortunate to have a view. I have seen instances where my view has been impacted, and I'm not always happy about it, but then, and I don't want to minimize this, but you decide, are you happy where you are, or do you want to move? That's what my husband always says. And I'm happy where I am. So at any rate, I feel that the application was fair. I won't say the word modest, but I'll say reasonable. It was a reasonable addition. I think that it does add value rather than subtract value from neighboring properties, just by the framework of real estate. If somebody makes an improvement, it trickles down to your next door neighbor. And so I think that I know when I was sitting for a very extended period of time in Miss Larson's living room, and I was staring at the story poles. And where I was sitting, I chose to sit where it would impact me most. If I had moved to another part of the sofa, I probably wouldn't even noticed. And I would say that planting a couple of podocarpus plants, or I don't know if it's bamboo that's there, but whatever's there doesn't seem to be invasive. Something that isn't invasive, that softens the fence line, I don't even think you'll notice the eaves. And I think you'll notice in the first couple of months. And after that, I really don't think so. And so I would have loved it if Mr. Shamut would have said, yeah, okay, I'll go along that wall and scoot it back just a tiny bit, just to allow that much more. I don't feel that I'm in the position to demand that or mandate it. So I would say that I would uphold the Planning Commission's decision. And I hope that the planting will be enough to mitigate the impact that the new addition will have.
Okay, thank you, Carla. Let me just I'll try to be as brief as I can. I also agree with some of the other comments about how we ought to remember to compliment the Planning Commission. They do difficult work. Nobody appreciates them. Everybody criticizes and compliments. They give back to our community in a way like few people do because they receive virtually nothing for it. It's a very small compensation they receive. It's like $50 or $75. And they do difficult work under trying circumstances. I'd like to recognize some of our letter writers and speakers in particular. Mr. Brandenburg, thank you for coming. Please continue to come. You and Mr. Orth both had this comment about there ought to be some sort of metrics for things like view. That makes perfect sense to me. There is a value sometimes to not having everything perfectly regimented. We don't live in a society where it's perfect to have everything regulated down to the nth degree. Sometimes there's some value in allowing the application of our own judgment when we come at these things, because one size doesn't always fit all depending on the circumstances, especially for things like views, which are, to me, somewhat subjective in nature. Mr. Kopetsky, I appreciate very much the utility of that it's this improvement is well within the scale and consistency of the neighborhood and consistent with it. Mr. Willis, I do agree that neighbors ought to be more considerate. Let me give you the benefit of my own experience. I have worked as a settlement conference panelist for many years, both in the Marin Superior Court and the San Francisco Superior Court before that, and I've seen many, many, many disputes like this, and I think that something that bears repeating is that I know that the applicant and the appellant both recognize this, and you are both entitled to have a final decision from us. We're going to give it to you today. But the truth of the matter I'd like to impress on you is that you're still living next to each other tomorrow, right? I mean, we're going to find a decision. There's no way around it. I think you're entitled to have that made, but please try to remember that it's not the end. Like, just because somebody's won doesn't mean that their life is now good and the other person's, there's an emotional attachment to our property which ought not to be minimized, and regardless of who it goes down in favor of, please remember that our community and our neighborhood is as important as the dollar figure of the value, to me anyway, of the property that I live in. Mr. Bogovic, I agree, there ought to be a common sense solution, and we appreciate your letter. And Ms. MacArthur, you are a well-respected local agent, and your opinions matter to us, so thank you for making the presentation. Let me also compliment both the appellant and the applicant. I promise I'm getting to the end here soon, kids. You are good citizens. We're lucky in our town to have you here. Please continue to stay involved and active. Both of you, I know, occasionally get involved. We appreciate that. And it's something, your voice is important to be heard. And I think that there should be some willingness to bend. There's no doubt in my own mind that this is a modest addition and that it's logical and appropriate under the circumstances. There is a problem that I have, and I can't get around it. And that problem is that we have findings that we need to make. The only thing to me that matters in this whole application is when we go through in our municipal code 18.30.070 subs 1 through 8. Can we or can we not make those 8 findings? And it is beyond me how anybody could not make 7 of those findings immediately. This is perfect in every way, and we ought to encourage that kind of development and encourage our people to do what they can to improve their place so they can stay here because we like them. But there is an immediate problem with sub number 3. Does the project significantly and adversely affect the views? Sunlight and privacy and other things are all in there, but I can't get around the fact that I can't make that finding. I don't know how you could be on Miss Larson's property and not acknowledge that there is a significant and adverse impact on her view. For sure there is. There are alternatives I would have liked the applicant to consider. I think it's his right not to consider those things, and I don't force it on him, and I think it's legitimate to not make those things. But it's beyond me how we can sit here and not agree that that has some meaning. Now, I also was on the Planning Commission for close to 6 years, and I've seen many of these applications. I've also advocated about many real property cases over my years, and I have never seen one where there is so singular a view so thoroughly impacted. Usually it's an easier play to make about you can see around it or to the side or above or below. And in our town, we've had tens and tens of projects just like this. This one is unusual and unique. Now to me, we have to look not just at the applicant and the appellant, but what we're saying about the way we improve our own community and also for future owners of both those parcels. The current owners of both parcels, I think, have an immediate right to have their say, but we also, I think, as a council need to be thinking about future generations and also about whether this is appropriate. And it's not at all clear to me whether preserving a single view is more important than allowing the general right for people to develop their property. But it is hard for me to find any way not to agree this view is significantly and negatively impacted. I don't think I can make that finding. Good luck and God bless.
Call the vote, man. I'm ready.
Everybody ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I need somebody to make a motion. Of course, Randy.
The vice mayor referred to some photographs that I don't think do we have those? Do you know?
Well, I took a few
Yeah.
photos. I'm happy to share them.
So perhaps you could just reopen the public hearing for the sole purpose of having those introduced into evidence either now. Well, they were referred to, they were discussed, they're being relied
There was
upon.
one photo, I held it up for
Yeah.
everybody.
So if you could just provide that to us, that'd be great.
I'm happy to provide.
That's all.
Okay, so here's the proposal. Do we have a motion to reopen
I
public
can
comment?
email it to, can I email
Wait,
it
no,
to
this is where we gotta do it. Do we have anybody want to reopen public comment other than our town attorney?
Well, if we're gonna be introducing photos
It
and
makes sense.
other,
So would you make a motion to
Yes,
just?
I move.
Okay,
that
who would
all
like
in
to
favor
second
of
Michael's
our
motion?
before we get there, if we're introducing additional information, I'd like to introduce a photo I took, also a Google Earth map that shows the property.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Michael's gonna make a motion to reopen public comment. Jim, you are gonna second it, are you not?
Yes.
Okay, and then after that happens, we're gonna vote, and then we're gonna show these pictures and allow either the appellant or the applicant or anybody in the public who has something they wanna say about these 3 new pictures to please come and we welcome your views.
Sorry.
Michael, would you make a motion?
Yeah, it's done.
Okay, Jim, would you second it?
Yes,
Rebecca, would you call a vote, please?
Councilmember Andrews.
yes.
Councilmember Condon. Councilmember Lappert. Vice Mayor First. Mayor Bailey.
Yes, okay, so now we are now gonna submit these 3 new pictures to public comment. I think Diane's is
No,
electronic.
I just emailed it to you, though.
Okay. Would anybody like to have a closer look at the pictures and then following that look, offer comments to the council? Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna,
What are you kidding? Of course he's gonna lie.
Of course.
Out of your mind. What do you think he's gonna do?
And do we have,
Well, okay, here, well,
No, I emailed it to staff.
I'll need to go downstairs to get off my email.
can you pull it up on this thing, Diane, just so we can see it?
Yeah.
okay.
Here. No, but people can come up here and look at it. I'm not passing that around, though.
Mr. August, is that your name? I'm sorry, did I get that right?
Yeah.
Don't break it, man.
So.
What?
That's a picture sitting in her living room. And this basically shows the
Record should
orientation
reflect
of the watts.
the appellant is considering.
I think that this should be made part of the official record.
That's what we're doing right now.
Okay, so I do want to comment this on this photograph at the appropriate time.
Right now. Good luck.
Commissioner first, I think if you took, council member first, I'm sorry, and vice mayor first, I think if you took the overlay that we did, an architectural overlay, I want to bring this back for a second. One of the reasons why we asked for continuance was because these story poles, particularly with the very thin line, just didn't do this project and the impact justice. You went out there, and I appreciate that. That's what you were asked to do that. You took a photograph. It is slightly off to the left, slightly, and I submit to you that if you did an overlay on your photograph, it would even be more impactful than this one, which is directly head-on from just the outside of the living room window.
All right, would anybody else from the public like to say anything? Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Bob Silvestri, and I did those renderings. I've been doing this for 45 years. In fact, in October, I will have done this for 50 years. My first house edition, I was 18. The projections that I did based on being there and being in the center of the window.
Mr. Sylvester, you did the renderings for the applicant or the appellant?
For the appellant.
Got it.
They were taken at the average view in the center of the window. They were taken in the middle of the day so that the light wouldn't distort them. And they were taken at the height of someone standing on the ground. So they are realistic. Perspective is perspective. I was parallel to the buildings at the time, 90 degrees, which means there is no slope to a ridge. It means it runs across. And anyone else's photograph that doesn't show that was not taken in the proper place. So I've done this for a very long time. I can't tell you can measure off of this with a ruler, but I can tell you it's significantly, substantially accurate. I think that the council owes the public a definition of adverse and significant. Certainly, significant is a subjective word. Adverse is not that subjective. There's no way you can say this is a positive impact. And the idea, quite frankly, Carla Condon, that improving somebody's house trickles down to the next house. I was a real estate broker for 25 years. There is nothing true about that in any sense of the word. Houses negatively impact other houses all the time. Buildings negatively impact. Why is everyone so upset about WinCup? It negatively impacts. And any other addition. So I think what I'm hearing from the council is, in some places, incredibly arbitrary and personal. And I already made some comments about how personal it got, which was completely inappropriate. I've never seen a council member do that. I understand you're asking the public not to get personal, and yet you have members sitting up here throwing personal barbs at people, and that's the basis of their decision. So I'm just asking you, I am begging you to please consider, particularly consider what Mayor Bailey said, which is very logical, and rethink your consideration. This is an adverse impact.
Thank you. This is starting to go on a bit.
So this was
I'm
open
losing
for the
patience,
purpose of
frankly.
introducing two photographs, I think, and so unless it
Yeah.
relates.
Does it relate directly to those two photographs?
It is.
Okay.
If Vice Mayor First's opinion is predicated on her photograph that she took, that the appellant did not have an opportunity to consider up until 5 minutes ago as part of this record, I would ask that the town council continue this so that a rendering can be done, perhaps by the planning commission, pardon me, the planning department, can be done, and then we reconvene with that photograph along with these.
Okay, I appreciate the comment. Any other comments from the public? Sir? Sir, please limit it to the new photos.
Where's Mr. Silvestri? Doc, take a breath, take a breath, take a breath.
So the other thing is, Doctor, can you look at me for 1 second here? Please direct your comments to the town council, and please direct it to the two photographs, and then we're gonna vote on this thing very soon, and we'd like to get to it as soon as possible.
This is the second time that they have, when I mentioned integrity before, introduced a rendering or a photo that was not from the right perspective. This clearly, as a photo that was introduced to the Planning Commission, introduced here earlier, was not from her window, but from the leftward, the more east side of her property, creating an illusion, the angle, amplifying the impact of the structure. Okay, so I'm not sure what Mr. Silvestrieri's credentials are for 40 years doing these renderings. He didn't mention those, but I think I really respect the council members who did come to the properties. I hope those of you did come in my gate and saw it from my property's perspective as well. That's all.
Thank you very much. Okay, anybody else from the public? Okay, I'm closing public comment, and we're bringing it back to the council. Diane, this is a council thing, or you need to ask a staff or the public something?
Oh, no, this is my comment.
Okay, thank you.
I really resent the accusation that for some reason I was standing not in the proper place when I took my photo. I was led to that place by the appellant, and she was standing next to me when I took that photo. So she is very well aware of that precise viewpoint when I took that photo. Also, there was a comment made about this getting personal. I believe it was the appellant's representative who brought up the subject of a previous marital relationship between the two parties. I did not know they were married until that representative said that. So that was kind of bringing all of this to us. So, you know, I am not changing my mind. I am, the viewpoint that I saw first when I walked in and took my photo was from the middle of the living room window. It is not crouching on the ground, it is not off to one side or the other. I wasn't playing tricks. I walked in, I looked, and I took a photo.
Good enough.
That's it.
Thank you,
I'm
Diane.
done.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion?
Move to deny the appeal.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Rebecca, would you call the vote, please?
Could you read what the motion is?
Well, is it actually adoption of a resolution, I think is what we need to do, if you would mind amending your motion?
Yes, please, whatever.
Okay, then I would second that, and this is resolution number 14/2016.
Yes, the same one that's printed in front of us.
That, just to be clear, the resolution is to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission, not to deny the appeal, as Councilmember Lappert stated. Same result, different language.
Okay.
Michael, maybe the way to do it is to read
Yes, of course, I forgot we're surrounded by lawyers here today.
the requested recommendation.
Here, 6 what? There you go. Where are we here?
We adopt the
Yes.
attached.
Move to adopt the attached resolution 14/2016, upholding and affirming the decision of the Planning Commission, March 8th, 2016.
Councilmember Andrews.
I could not hear what Michael said.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, Michael, would you say it again, please?
Yes, glad to.
You know what, I'm going to say it because I have a loud
You
voice.
have a booming voice. Yeah.
Michael has moved. I'm not making the motion. Michael is making the motion. I'm simply repeating what he said, that we adopt the attached resolution, number 14/2016, upholding and affirming the decision of the Planning Commission of March 8th, 2016.
No.
But I don't think you've been asked to vote yet.
Okay.
Councilmember Andrews.
No.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert.
Yes.
Vice Mayor First.
Yes.
Mayor Bailey.
No. All right, very good. Let's move on. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for, it was actually a very civil debate. Yes, I'm sorry, and thank you. You guys want a little bit of a break there. We're going to take just I'm going to say 3 minutes, guys, 4 minutes tops. Please, if you're not here for anything else, please clear quickly with as little fanfare as possible. So we're back on the record. After taking a brief break, thank you everybody for going through that. We're now at public hearing number 6, Roman numeral 2, a public nuisance hearing regarding the property at 614 Oakdale Avenue. And our report's being presented by Adam.
Myself, yes. Okay. Yeah, all right, scroll up, thanks. Thank you, Mayor, council members. Tonight we're going to be discussing in a public hearing a property at 614 Oakdale that is being brought to your attention pursuant to the Municipal Code Section 9.04 to determine whether or not the property conditions at this property constitute a public nuisance as designated, and whether there is sufficient cause to order abatement of the public nuisance. This property, as detailed in your staff report, there's essentially, I don't have a laser pointer in front of me, but just to locate what we're going to be talking about today, you're looking at an aerial here. We're looking at Oakdale on the, I guess, lower Chapman Park, but it's essentially, does that have a laser pointer?
Yeah, that's mine. It has a little pointer at the bottom.
Okay. The property is located right here, and I'm going to zoom in a second. This is Tamalpais, and let's see, let's zoom in. This is the property here. It's 614 Oakdale is located right here. It's outlined in red. And you'll see in some of the photographs that I'll show, you have essentially a garage at the front of the property. It's a little unique in the way it's configured. A garage at the front of the property, and then a sort of a yard in the middle, and the house at the rear. We are here in essence to review complaints that the town has received, and I document this in the staff report since going back to about 2004 from a complainant who lives in the property immediately to, this would be to the east at 618 Oakdale. The staff report includes a lot of information about the specific nature of the complaints, and the staff report details that, essentially says that they've ranged from the presence of overgrown weeds, debris, garbage storage containers, and bags of unknown items, to the lack of proper building maintenance, unsightly conditions, inappropriate behavior, concerns over fire safety, and rodents. That's sort of at various different times over the last several years, those complaints have been made. One thing that has changed since 2004 is that in 2011, the actual current nuisance ordinance was adopted that itemizes sort of the 13 property conditions that indicate whether or not a nuisance actually exists or not. And so that is also included as attachment 1 in your staff report. I think it's fair to say that for the most part, the actual complaints revolve around the front entryway to the property, to the front door, which is actually located back here. So what we'll see in some of the pictures is actually the front of the property, and over the years there has been, in response to some of the complaints, some physical improvements to the property. The garage was painted. There was a window out that got fixed back in 2012. But currently, there's a view from a second story that was added to this structure in about 1979 down into the adjacent yard. And there's an accumulation of what the complainant says, is junk and trash bags and so forth that accumulates there. And some of the pictures will describe it better than I can in words. So staff, I talked about the physical improvements. I've taken and included in the package as well in the staff report photos of the property at various times of the last 18 months, and I'll just note that planning department and the fire department have spent a lot of time, invested numerous hours trying to address the complaints regarding the condition of the property as best we can over the last couple of years, at least 18 months since I've been here, and obviously before that as well. Each time what we tend to see is we go and talk to the property owner and we explain the complaints and we explain the nuisance ordinance and we say, there's some items in this covered walkway that are visible, and it would be, what can we do to help get these items removed, or we would, in essence, say these items should be removed out of sight. Generally, they to a greater or lesser extent, those have been addressed by the property owner. And back in February of 2015, I wrote a letter at that time making a determination as per the code, which is under my authority, to say that there wasn't a public nuisance at that point in time in February of last year. The items come back and then they go away and then they come back and they go away. So it's a recurring sort of complaint and a recurring cycle of events here where staff goes out, tries to resolve the issues and the complaints, makes some progress, and then basically the complaints start again a few months later. My feeling at this point in time, and I know Dave Bracken as well, felt that it was important that we just get this issue in front of the council to help staff determine, not only for us, but also for the property owner and the complainant, I think, to hear whether or not this actually does rise to the level of constituting a nuisance that must be abated, or if there are other solutions that maybe the council views appropriate in this particular case. And you'll hear from the complainant today, and I'm not sure you did receive just today both more recent photos of, I think taken even yesterday, of the condition from the neighboring property owner. They're actually in a separate leaflet here. And also a letter from the property owner who I believe just felt she couldn't make it this evening, and in fact requested a continuance in that letter. Now I view that continuance to mean, as we've done in the past related to other nuisance hearings, essentially the council giving more time before making a final determination by resolution. And that's been done in the past to give property owners additional time.
Thank you, Adam.
Okay.
Okay.
And I have photos as well in the slides if you'd like to view those as well.
Would anybody like to see those slides?
I have a question of Adam.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Quickly.
Okay. Go ahead, Carly.
Adam, have these complaints just been generated by one person?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And this is just over since January of 2015. The front of the property, the truck is no longer there. That was actually a complaint as well, that it was an inoperable vehicle. So I believe that was removed. This was in February, after which time I wrote the letter saying that there was no public nuisance at that point in time, in my view. And in May, actually, I think this shows the condition of the house, with most of the items removed and no apparent issues at all on the property, in my view. And again, just back in October, there's the conditions. November, after staff going out and discussing some complaints again with the property owner. and then most recently, March and April. And I think these were ones that were provided by the complainant regarding the views from the second story. So I'm happy to answer their questions. I've provided options.
I have a question.
Okay.
No.
Michael?
Yeah, not that it's germane, but I always like to see the person that we're adjudicating against or for. I understand she couldn't come, but just to give me an idea of who I'm dealing with. Aged, alone, family, what's going on there?
It appears to be a single woman. I don't know the age, but
20?
No, I'd say
80.
I'd say 50 to
Younger than
60,
you?
60,
60.
around
Okay.
maybe closer to 60. I'm not sure. I think, none of us have been invited into the house, so we have not gone into the house.
Okay.
Don't know any other personal information really, other than does not own a car at this point, and so is purely, that's mode of transportation is walking at this point.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any member of the public would like to say something, please step up, identify yourself, and have at it.
Thank
Is this photo something new or is it already on the record?
It is.
Okay.
My name is Marie Jaratana Young. I live at 618 Oakdale Avenue. And I want to begin by saying my husband, Dr. Howard Young, my daughter Mara, and I are here together. And the issue is a very tricky one. We've lived in this property for 12 years. It is not without feeling and concern that we have tried to deal with the issue of our next door neighbor and the amount of episodic and interval clutter that has been really very much of a problem for us. The big issue is being able to enjoy our property to the totality of why we purchased it when we moved here from Connecticut 12 years ago. The children have grown up here, and our second floor is our family room and one of our bedrooms. We have a deck, which we are not able to use at any time ever because of the extreme amount of clutter and debris that is on the adjacent property. I want to base this under the heading that it is not about wanting to be mean or insensitive to the needs of our neighbor. We have tried, all of us who surround her for a number of years, given the fact that we've had a working understanding that this goes beyond simple recalcitrance or obstinance or pure negligence. In my opinion, there's clearly an issue around hoarding and an obsessive compulsive disorder. I've observed this individual at various times over the years to have periods where she is in extreme control of the property and other times, as has been presented, where it's impossible for her to. And the situation has gotten to the point now where the alarm was sounded for the umpteenth time because she's been living on the lawn and sleeping on a chaise lounge at the front door.
When you said alarm, do you mean that metaphorically or you mean there was an alarm that went off at some time?
We called Adult Protective Services, we called the police, we've heard moaning, we've heard coughing, we've had concerns about the overall status of the situation there. The property owner across the street purchased one of the cars that was on the driveway for years. The neighbors next door to 614 and us on 618. In 618, we reached out to the police because the cars were not registered, they were loaded with debris, and at various times, the individual next door was sleeping in the car.
Thank you, I'm respectful of it. Can you get to the end
So,
of it here?
so the point being that it has become overwhelming and that we're basically not enjoying our property at all. We're not. We are forced to look at what was a quilt that was hanging for the better part of the last 6 months. And as of yesterday, the picture that I'm now circulating is a construction-sized tarp, which is in full view of our entire second floor. It's the only windows that we have on our second floor. And they look fully into this yard. So the issue is what do we do? What do we do? What do we do as a community? What do we do as individual homeowners? What do we do? The problem has gotten to the point where now what you can see is that the tarp that's hanging is really being used as a cover. I have pictures of this individual who's literally disrobing and in full daylight, and who's sleeping out on this chaise lounge behind that quilt, which is in full view of my children's bedroom on the second floor and the family room. And how do we address this from the perspective of offering support and help and taking this to the place of how do we manage and monitor this and still live in this way?
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Dr. Howard Young. I live on 618 Oakdale, and this is my first meeting of this venue. And after the first case, it was maybe my last meeting. But you know, the reason why I'm here is very obvious. You can see from these photos that it's a very disturbing situation where, you know, the issue is not. We have a lot of compassion for our neighbor. We really do, but it's gotten to the point where it's unbearable. And let me tell you, in a previous life, I was a health inspector in the city and county of San Francisco, and I can tell you that I've been in hoarders' homes. I've been in the Tenderloin, I've been all over places. But I just have so much compassion for this neighbor because of how she lives. And unfortunately, she has really deteriorated the quality of our life and also the quality of the life of the neighborhood and the property values as well. I mean, we live in a time where it's supposedly booming, you know, economically or in real estate. But quite honestly, can you imagine buying a home next door to this? I think that there is clearly a detriment to property values and quality of life, and I don't know what else to say.
Thank you very much.
Can I have a question?
Of course.
Doctor?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question, too.
Yes. Oh, by the way, we have had an infestation of rats in the last 8 months, which has really gotten to me quite badly, and my family.
What are you a doctor of? What type of, are you?
I'm a physician.
Medical doctor?
Yes.
So some of the questions, I'm on your side on this. I understand, because I kind of deal with what you're talking about, and I have another life, so I deal with this a lot, too. So some of your questions must have been very rhetorical, in the sense that you know what are the steps that we can do. You're a doctor, and what does the law allow us to do?
Well, I've read your regulations or your, I don't know what you call those.
Well, not just town-wide. Forget the nuisance.
Are you talking about as far as like a moral obligation?
A human being, is she not able to care for herself? Is she a danger to herself and others? Is there a way?
I can't address that. I honestly cannot address whether or not she's a danger to herself or not. What I can tell you is that she sleeps outside, like in the worst inclemental weather. She has an awning, and yet she has a house. Now, in my mind, if somebody has a house and yet they don't sleep in it, what does that tell you?
Well, I understand.
So, but
So in all the years that you were in San Francisco with the health department,
yeah, I was a health inspector for
health
5
inspector,
years.
and you came
Mhm.
across these people everywhere.
Yeah.
What did San Francisco do with them?
Well, they would have abatement hearings, and for example, if somebody was not maintaining their home or their apartment or whatever, there would be abatement hearings where it was always the property owner that was ultimately responsible. I'm just talking about San Francisco, city of San
sure, of course,
Francisco, and there'd be abatement hearings, and there'd be a period of time where there was an opportunity to for the owner to become in compliance with the laws and the health laws, and if that wasn't met, then the city and county would make the abatement proceedings and take care of the property themselves and levy a property tax onto the property. That's how the city of San Francisco deals with it.
Thank you for that information.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's very late, and what I've just listened to is patently unfair. My name is Letty, and I live adjacent to Barbara Blower for the last 25 years. And she has been the most kind, watchful friend of the neighborhood, of my son and his friends. Her characterization in front of you right now is embarrassing. In a public forum, she could not come to this evening because she was sick, nervous sick. She's breaking out with the stress that this is causing her because her neighbor has complained since the day that she's moved in 11 years ago. Barbara has been on this property since she was 3 years old. The family has owned it for 51 years. What we're hearing here is about a complaint, about a view, looking down from your window down on someone's property when you could as easily look out your window and see Mount Tam and see Christmas Tree Hill. There is a gorgeous view from these people's property. I was there yesterday. I took photos and I provided them to the city today. And I want you to take a close look at it. What she calls clutter and what she calls problematic are Barbara's treasures. She collects statuettes, she loves bunnies, she's got Madonnas, she's got her furniture out there. It is inconvenient that the neighbor's office window is at the end of the property and they're looking down in the only spot that she has that's private, where she's living. Her house is not on the street. When you talk about a porch, the porch is 75 feet into the property. You have a garage, you walk along a walkway, there's a lawn, and there's her house at the back of the property. Her porch is 3 feet by 20. I measured it. I took a measuring tape yesterday, and she hung this blanket so that they wouldn't look at her and take pictures of her constantly. The person I think is being harassed here and who's got the problem is Barbara. She has no privacy. She doesn't have the private use of her enjoyment of her property. I don't understand why the neighbor can't put up frost that glass, reverse her blinds. I mean, I read this case report. I'm embarrassed. Let me just read you one portion where this neighbor calls Barbara the nuisance. That's outrageous. Corte Madera is a community that cares about its people. And Barbara is over 60 years old. She's single. She's on a fixed income. She walks everywhere. I've been informed, and it's in this report, the police reports have been made about Barbara bringing back Safeway carts. Well, she has permission from the manager, as well as CVS. Adult services have been out there. She told me that they said her place is clean, quote unquote. It's cluttered. It's her clutter. And she's not a hoarder. I just to label somebody like that in a public forum to me is embarrassing. And I didn't realize how serious this has gotten until I got the full package at my house and I read it. Okay. There is no nuisance. Thank you. And I'm so sorry for going on, but I'm so embarrassed. I respect my elders and I work with the community. Some of you know me. I've done a lot of work here in town on events and helped camouflage and help put on things for the schools. My son and I went up there yesterday with his roommate, and what we did is put a brand new poly vinyl tarp across that area where where she has her chaise lounge, and put a sign on it, "Love thy neighbor," so they could look at that. A nice white tarp, "Love thy neighbor." They don't have to look into her yard, and they do. And why? They have a multi-million-dollar house and multi-million view this way and that way. Why? I don't understand why they're harassing this woman. So the solutions that we present are frost the glass of the window that looks into Barbara's patio, put a privacy film on your window, put a screen in front of the window, grow some bamboo or foliage on that office window. On the top window, don't look down at your neighbor's yard. Reverse the window shade so you can see the beautiful view of Mount Tam. Yes. Yes, I'm so sorry. Anyway, the city has not found a nuisance. I've been there personally. I've been a broker and real estate for 40 years, and I'm outraged that this is even happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Sir.
Good evening. So you guys are not you're the commissioners and the mayor. Thank you. And you guys are not idiots. You are lay people, but you are representatives of our community. It's fantastic. Pardon?
I need your name for the record.
My name is Joseph Shirato. I live at 228 Sausalito Street.
Thank you, Mr. Schroeder.
And Barbara Kays is my back. She lives at the back of my property. That's her house. And she is a great neighbor. She's been a great neighbor. I've lived in my property since 1993. And in fact, my house was rat infested when I moved into it. And my house is a shack. You know, it was built during World War II. They were rationing nails, things built like a fence. And if I hadn't trussed it up here and there, you know, it wouldn't be standing still, you know. And my father, he used to call himself a pilot, and not an aviation kind of pilot. He piled things, and he was a machinist. So he also used to say that he was into heavy metal, but not the music. And he recently passed away, and I had to clean out his house in Mill Valley, and that was you know, huge. And I know Barbara, sure, her house is probably, I mean, quite literally rotting from the inside. It's a little scary, and I have a lot of compassion for her, and I would rather that we, as a community, do something for her. If the town can help her in some way without alienating her and angering her too much, you know. This is a situation that I went through with my own dad, that, you know, his stuff was really important to him, and rather than jeopardize my relationship with my father, I just looked the other way. And I think if there's some way the town can, in a diplomatic, kind way, help Barbara, that would be a thing that I would really appreciate. I think would be good. But we're as a community of all kinds of people, it's what makes our town great. It's not, we have there's a little rust here and there, and we're a variety of different kinds of people. We have lots of different ideas about things, but if we can get along and help the people that don't have, somebody to help them, we're going to be doing a good thing. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to the council. Does anybody want to take a stab at this?
I'm
Diane.
happy to. I have a dad story. My dad lives in Orinda. His next door neighbor is a hoarder. Talk about heavy metal. There is stuff on 3 sides of the house, down the back hill. It is now encroaching in the front, in the driveway too, although he's put up lattice work to kind of hide it. So really it's on 4 sides now. It is really, really bad, and we're having difficulty dealing with the city of Orinda. So I know what hoarding, clutter, nuisance looks like. This does not look like a nuisance to me in the strict sense that is outlined in our ordinance. Is it some clutter? Yes, a little bit. Some of us would call it clutter. Others might call it their tchotchkes or, statue collection or planter collection or whatever. But in my mind, this does not rise to the level that our ordinance declares it would need to in order to be declared a nuisance. So I'd just like to read this one section. And I'm going to abbreviate it, but this is number 8 in our the conditions. 8B, the stockpiling of trash, junk, debris on any portion of the property that is unenclosed or semi-enclosed as to be visible from a private, well, this is roadway, but I'd say, neighbors, as to be materially detrimental to the value of nearby adjoining properties or materially detrimental to the use and enjoyment of an adjoining or nearby property. We purposely, when we passed this, did not write this in such a way that it read like a homeowners association list of rules that people must abide by. That is not what our community is about. Our community is about people being able to live their own lives and having respect for others, but being able to kind of have your own home, be the king or queen of your own castle, as long as it's not, a real nuisance to your neighbors. I don't know, of course, it's difficult to know about the source of rats. My neighborhood had rats. There are rats around Marin. They like ivy, so we're going to be ripping out some ivy. But that does not, just because there are rats in a neighborhood does not mean it's a result of one particular property owner who happens to have a little bit of clutter in their yard. I would say that absolutely, if there are issues regarding her health and welfare, that is a huge concern. I am somewhat relieved, to know that the county's Adult Services Agency visited and said there were no site or welfare concerns. Likewise, the fire department has visited and has determined that there's no significant safety risk. So I have a hard time believing that the inside of the house is so bad that it's not habitable, although it does sound from the one neighbor that maybe it could certainly use some fixing up. So Carla, I'm gonna ask you, you're our age-friendly Corte Madera guru, and I know that Age Friendly and the Lions have a program where people can get some help with.
And Rotary. I was
And
gonna
Rotary, okay.
call you for.
Good. I
Yeah.
figured you'd be on top of that, so I'm throwing you the football, proverbial football. But I personally have a real hard time seeing this as a nuisance under our ordinance. You don't like the sports and well, the Sharks played tonight. Can I?
Go ahead.
Okay. To the puck or something?
I really don't think that this constitutes an abatement issue at all. There have been frequent complaints from a single neighbor, so it's not having an adverse impact on any other neighbors. And every time the town has responded or the county has responded, and no one to date has declared that it qualifies as a nuisance. We've seen situations that come before us that there are stacks piled to the eaves, that there is abandoned equipment, that there are containers of grease and oil that have been dumped over, paint sitting outside. These things constitute a real health and safety issue. But having the decorations that may not be in line with somebody else's taste, maybe it doesn't look, that it's not particularly well manicured, but at the same time, we don't have weeds growing up past the windowsills that we have seen in previous cases. And that I have to agree with Ms. Letty that it really disturbs me that there is this feeling that this person is either not capable of caring for herself, or that it is reducing the value of the neighborhood because of what she has in her backyard. I mean, if we were all to look in everybody's backyard, I'm sure that there would be, some problems with a lot of people. If you come into my house after a Sunday evening and all the grandkids have been there, let me tell you, it can be a sty, but we just, clean it up and fix it up. So I really think that we perhaps are condemning somebody for the way, or for their lifestyle. And I am going to pass this back to Age Friendly, because we do have a routine where every couple of months, either the Rotary or the Lions Club partners with Age Friendly Corte Madera, and at no charge, people will go out to the home and do minor repairs. If they need something straightened up a little bit, they will do that. Also, another thing that we're having, just to put in a plug for Age Friendly, that perhaps Ms. Case, isn't it right, Barbara Case, that she might be interested in is that our Central Marin Police are partnering with Age Friendly to do an Are You OK program, where there will be phone calls made to contact people that might be living alone, that might be in need, just to check on their welfare on a daily basis. If after 3 attempts nobody answers, then the police will go out and make sure that that person is okay. So the town really is interested in the welfare of the people, and this is a case where I think we should certainly be in contact with Ms. Case, but that I think that it is unfortunate and rather sad that there have to be these repeated calls to the town over years, period of years, and everybody responds, and there has been no contradiction. Everybody who's come out has performed an inspection and said that there is not a problem. And so I really don't think that this would be an appropriate situation to apply as a public nuisance. One of the things, too, I'll just say really quickly, that this, even because I pushed for this public nuisance hearing process for years and was really happy to get it implemented in our town. It's been great. The first step usually is where the neighbors get together. Now, in this case, there was only one neighbor, but in other cases, there have been a series of neighbors, and they've gone together to the person's house and said, offered, can we help you? Some people don't want any part of it. They're very proud. No, I don't want your help. Some people say, you're kidding. You can really help me. This is great. Some people actually, and we've had a couple of cases, do this just to spite the neighbors. But this is not the case at all. And so I will certainly pass it along to Age Friendly. We will put her on our list for Are You OK? So that we can keep an eye out for her. And I'm very grateful for the two neighbors that have come that perhaps understand the situation and also have already been in the process of keeping a watchful eye on this case.
Thank you, Carla. Jim?
All the two neighbors, would you be willing to introduce?
Hey, Jim, we've actually closed public comment.
Okay.
Do you need us to reopen it?
No. I would urge the neighbors who get along with Ms. Case to introduce her to Age Friendly. I could see where if they just showed up, she would feel rather defensive. I know I would. But if you could encourage her to avail ourselves of those services, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, couple of quick things. To me, there's two issues. What can or should we do to help the owner of the property, and what can or should we do to help the neighbor who's appeared here today? The first one with respect to helping the owner, Barbara, I understand you're gonna report you're gonna give the information to the Age Friendly Corte Madera?
Right, and the Are You OK?
And Are You OK? Well, there's a different entity, in other words, it's not related to Age Friendly.
Well, it's a partnership with Central Marin Police Authority.
Okay, oh, right, and then, will they alert us back at some point about whether everything's
I can
kosher?
follow up and make sure because we're in the process of
Okay.
getting that off the ground.
I mean, that
so
sounds good.
yes.
Then the second thing is, what counter should we do to help, I think, well-intentioned neighbors who come in front of us here tonight, although it is obviously a difficult thing. I'm not sure that the process is not working. This appears to be the way it's supposed to happen, which is if there is a concern for health or safety issues or something else, then you're supposed to make a complaint and you bring it in front of the town council. The fact that neither the staff nor afterwards the town council agrees with that problem at this time doesn't mean it wasn't a legitimate complaint, and doesn't mean that the minute that you believe that you have observed a health or safety issue or something which rises to the level that ought to merit another complaint about nuisance, I think that that's the appropriate circumstance. But I suspect, if I could speak for my other council members, it's our sort of like consensus opinion that this may not be that time yet, and why don't we give it a little bit further time to try to see if we can't help our local services, see if they can't reach some conclusion, and see if the problem continues. I wonder if instead of reaching a decision on the nuisance at this time, we can let it go for, let's say, 30 days, and we can call it back with a report and see whether circumstances have changed. Is that possible, Adam, or is that not gonna work?
Well, I guess by circumstances, do you mean by removing the items? I mean, it's part of the.
Like before we call for, listen, if you guys feel strongly, we can call for a motion. I would rather, before we call for a motion to reach a conclusion, whether it's a nuisance, to get some further report from, or feedback, if you will, from either Age Friendly and or the Are You OK list. If it turns out that the neighbors have correctly identified that she is some sort of either risk to herself or that her home is somehow.
I think that's been done though, Mayor.
It's already been done.
It's already been done.
Yeah.
It's the county's been out there, our fire's been out there, planning has been out there. When Roger Sprain was here, he was out
But
there.
that was also years ago.
But I'm saying,
Yeah.
this is even current, right, Adam?
Yeah, most recently was in November, October, November last year with Kenny Preet. Yeah,
Okay, so maybe the way to do it then is for now, not only maybe to make the report, but also we should reach a conclusion, and somebody ought to make a motion that at this time it doesn't constitute a nuisance, but that ought not to dissuade people from coming back again if the situation worsens. Yes, Jim?
Can I amend your motion, which is?
I'm not making a motion.
Okay,
I'm
or
suggesting.
Or let me rephrase it. If it's not a nuisance, would it still be a great imposition on the planning department if you were to swing by there once a quarter to sort of check on the status of things? And just encourage her to police the area every once in a while?
If she's on the if she's on the RUK list and if
She'll be-
age-friendly is doing it, then it might be an unnecessary burden on the.
I haven't had a chance to speak on this thing yet.
I thought you already had.
No.
I just figured that you just didn't want to hear from me. so-
It was an
I'm dying to hear what you have to say.
Well, no,
Michael.
I tell you, first of all, to the guy that I really feel sorry for you. You know, I'm a person that, my home is absolutely perfect. I like everything to look good. And when somebody next door to me messes around or makes brings ugliness, it just affects me. So I get the problem. So I'm just telling you, the luck of the draw you got next door to somebody that's not like you. That's the problem. I'm looking at these pictures. This is not a public nuisance. This is just somebody that's messy, and tends to hoard things. And she's a little Meshuggah, I'm sure. There's no question about that. And that's the problem. She's a little sometimes, and sometimes she's not, and that's the problem. She'll go off on a spin, and gets like that, and then suddenly something will dawn on her. Maybe she takes some medication, or some better memories come in, and then she'll straighten out her life. The two people that spoke, rather than putting up a tarp that says "Love thy neighbor," which is, in my opinion, irritating and would piss me off if I was the neighbor, maybe you might think about, while you're there, instead of doing that, just make it nicer there. Okay, well, that's what I would do. I wouldn't be putting up tarps with signs at the neighbor. You're not helping issues. That's not a help. That's a hindrance. So, I would say, I just want to, this is not a, I'm sorry, this is not a public nuisance. We don't have to look at this any further. If she were to hurt herself or be a danger to others, the cops would take her away. She'd be seeing psychiatrists. She has not met that level, so I move that we deny that request for the.
Second.
Did you want to say something?
Just I think deny, was it, sorry. It's
Rule that it's not.
Not a nuisance.
Not a nuisance,
Okay.
rule that it's not a nuisance, yeah.
Thank you. And that was seconded.
Yes. Councilmember Andrews.
Yes, it's not a nuisance.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert. Vice Mayor First.
Yes.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes. All right, thank you. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about procedure here. The first thing is, under our town council rules and procedures, is we reach 11 o'clock. We
We're
have
outta
to
here.
make a motion. Do we want to continue for another half hour? Would somebody like to make that motion?
I'm
So
really
moved.
looking forward to
Would
that.
somebody second it?
Yes, oh
Second.
gosh, yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, no, you've got to do your thing.
Councilmember Andrews.
Yes.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert.
Yes.
Vice Mayor First.
Yes.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes, so I think we have a hard stop at 11:30. I'll tell you, it's my own suggestion that we continue the bicycle thing.
Yes.
But we deal with the flag thing. David, let me just ask you, are you here for the, which one are you here for?
No, I think we should do the bike.
I think we can do the bike thing really quickly.
Okay, you know what, we'll see how much time we have. Okay, we'll see how much time we have. All right.
Yeah, let's get the bike thing
Okay, well,
done.
let's see how quickly we may. Order.
Oh, God.
All right, let's move. Our first business item is about, the discussion of possible direction regarding the pedestrian flags. So I asked that this be put on, and I'm going to begin the report in the following way. So, as you know, there was an issue related to flags that had been sort of approved, at least in theory, by the town council, and then placed, and then there was uncertainty as to, in these crosswalks that didn't have lighted or other means of helping the pedestrians cross, they were removed under threat of the town doing so for failure to get a permit, among other things. It was my own judgment that because of the potential for an immediate life safety issue, we ought to place it as an emergency item to try to get the flags back on to those intersections. As you know, they were placed anyway without the town having to take such action, and so we put it on the next regularly scheduled meeting, which is this one. And I asked Adam, actually I asked David, but since he's gone, Adam, I think, filled in, if he could provide some brief commentary on the following 3 or 4 issues, after which I think we should discuss it, we can open it to the public, and then we'll try to reach some interim solution about the following issues. Number 1, what sort of permit is required? Who has to sign what? Number 2, what fee is required and can we waive it? Number 3, is it covered by the town's insurance if somebody becomes hurt or injured in some way? And finally, is there a liability issue we need to be apprised of if these flag devices are used? Now, we have received a variety of input from the people who did the flags and others, but I wouldn't mind touching on each of these points and then deciding whether we as a council need to give further direction or take some action following that. Adam, do you have anything to offer on these points?
On some of them, I don't know if we have complete answers on all of
It's
them.
okay.
So,
Whatever you offer would be useful.
and I will ask some of my colleagues to join in at the appropriate times as well to help supplement what I'm going to say. But regarding, I guess.
Does a permit need to be applied?
Yeah, well, so the permit, and I think this actually gets into the liability question to a certain degree, in that our municipal code currently requires an encroachment permit, would require an encroachment permit. And that is one way that I think the town, through that permit process, achieves some sort of indemnity which relates to the liability issue.
Is part of our town's permit requirements that the person filling out the permit agree to protect and indemnify the town if there's a problem? Okay. That's the way it would ordinarily. Let's explore a little bit of that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there are 2 different statutory provisions. There's the encroachment, there's also obstruction of a right-of-way, but either one, there's a requirement that insurance be provided and indemnification also be provided.
All right, let's go a second step. So we're going to talk about both those issues in a minute, but with respect to the fee issue, doesn't the permit also carry with it some sort of $250 fee or something?
Yes.
And do we have the authority to waive that if we elected to?
I don't have a complete answer on that. We haven't been able to find anything yet that says there's a authority by the council to waive the fee.
We waive fees for things like the marsh restoration, Barbara Saltz
But-
did.
but-
so that we waive.
It would surprise me if we cannot, but
Yeah, we
we'll
can.
get to the bottom of that. It may
Right,
not be
didn't
an
we?
urgency of this. Okay, let's go back to the first issue then, about indemnity and other issues. And Randy, I hope you're able to answer this, or Adam. I want you to presume for a minute that we fail to get an indemnity from whoever signs the permit. Would such a problem mean then that if there's an injury, that it's not covered by our town's insurance?
We don't have insurance, we're self-insured.
Well, in other
We're
words, I think we're
self-insured
self-insured
to a
up
certain
to
level.
we have a self-insured retention level up to, I believe it's 250.
I think that's right. So
And
you
then
would
above
have that
we
much,
do
yeah, you'd have that much exposure.
Okay.
And the basis of liability would probably be in a dangerous condition of public property. And essentially, you've allowed something to happen that resulted in an injury. We haven't had any traffic studies, any engineer studies to determine whether these are safe, unsafe. Presumably, they increase safety, but we don't have any data, that the town itself has put together that says that.
If we could have order in the room here, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead.
And so if somebody was injured in any number of ways, crossing the street with a flag and feeling safer than maybe they ordinarily would and not paying as much attention, or crossing without a flag with a driver saying, I normally look for people with a flag, and hit somebody who doesn't have a flag. So there's any number of situations where there could be an injury. I think those are not likely, but in the event there was one, the exposure, a pedestrian being hit could be significant.
Okay, I understand. And the exposure that we would be on the hook for is 250, but my question is, as I understand it, our first level, which would be the self-insured retention, the question would be if there was a catastrophe and something terrible happened and the injury was in excess of that 250, would our insurance, our umbrella or excess insurance above our SIR carry that responsibility, or are we exposed in some way beyond the 250, if you know?
I believe the answer would be yes. Again, it would most likely be dangerous condition of public property, and that's the type of thing our insurance would normally cover.
It would cover or would not?
Would cover. I mean, that's the type of incident it would normally cover. I mean, if we wanted to drill down on that, I would call Barry Weinstein, who did some work for the town last year, and he's an expert on this coverage issues.
Okay, very good. So that you guys understand why I want.
How about if a person's in a wheelchair and they have to use two hands for their wheels and they can't, how would they hold the flag? This is an ADA issue.
Yeah.
And you got any question, any answer to that one?
I do not.
So this is not ADA compliant either?
I haven't looked at that issue, but that's...
It's obvious unless they got a
something we're gonna
prehensile
look at.
tail or three hands.
Well, no, you put the flag in your teeth.
Oh, and you wave it. Okay, got it. Okay, thanks.
If you
Okay.
have to.
All right, so this is what I'd like to do, if you don't mind. Can we open a public comment and we'll bring it back, or do you want to ask questions first?
Well, I had a question of staff.
Please.
I wanted to back up a little bit and just see if I could get the 10-second description of what process is usually followed in deciding whether or not to implement a new device, whether for crossing the street or something. Say, for instance, when we first started looking at rapid flash beacons or something like that, what?
Nisha.
I'm going to call on Nisha to answer that one,
Well,
if you can. Yeah.
Engineering studies, common practice in the code. I mean, can you just give me really like the 10-second version?
Well, I mean, normally you would look at like MUTCD or some standard.
No acronyms allowed.
Yeah.
Manual of uniform traffic
Control
codes,
devices.
Control devices. So normally you would look at a normal standard like Caltrans specs or standards or MUTCD or, but in this case, I don't think it's included in some kind of standard like that. So I.
And then can you address like when you would need an engineer's study, like a traffic engineer or something before implementing a new program like this?
Well, this is kind of, I don't think anyone has done an engineering study of something like this.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Jim, you about to say something?
I have a question. Why couldn't we wait for the town manager to get back, and then have him send a sternly worded letter to whoever put the flags out, and give him 3 weeks to remove the flags? At the end of 3 weeks,
We did that.
he can write a more sternly worded letter.
No, we did that.
And we can keep this up until, when are the flashing beacons supposed to go in?
The actual construction project, maybe you can answer.
Late summer.
Well, design is underway right now.
Okay.
And the plans are supposed to be ready to bid out in July.
Okay.
And so the anticipated construction is either the end of August or first week of September.
Well, one thing we could
Okay.
do to mitigate.
And
little
I
bit of
can show you the
suppression
improvements. What?
One thing we could do to mitigate our trouble here would be to try to hasten that process.
Yeah.
That's possible.
They are working on the design fast and furious, and it has been expedited with one last plan review. And I can show you the improvements. There are just a lot of improvements.
Yeah,
I was going to address that.
We're
in
just
my
talking about the
Okay.
beacons.
All right, so I'd like to get to our good members. Go ahead, Jim, you have another question?
Oh,
first?
it was just, I was hoping that, you have a whole plan, and I'm just saying, we get the flashing beacons on at least one or two of the crosswalks, and until they're installed, just send repeated stern letters.
Okay, before we reach any sort of direction, let's see, would anybody like to offer something from the public? Yes, please step to the mic, identify yourself, and say what you like.
Thank you, Nisha.
You don't want me to say what I'd like. Phyllis Metcalf, 23 Parkview Circle. More years ago than I want to admit, I used to be an insurance underwriter of public entity insurance. If the town had this as a project, it would be covered rather than having it as someone else's project. The same way as a school district will have a crossing guard. You don't do a bunch of engineering studies. You don't have to have an EIR to see what's growing at the bottom of the street. You could just take this on as one of your safety issues. That would be covered under your insurance the same way anything else is. It's so simple, it's probably too complicated to just go ahead and do it. And if there is a problem in doing it, going along with what Jim said, you don't have to write letters until those beacons are in the ground. School gets out, the first week of June, second week of June. It's been so long since I had kids in grade school. Just keep sending letters until then.
Yeah, there's still kids trying to get to and from the park, though. But yes, I understand what you're saying.
But I'm saying it could be, if it's the town's project, not whatever group put it up, it's different.
Making it a town's project would be a way to solve the potential insurance coverage issue.
Because it would be covered as part of the safety issue, things you do. Much like I say, as a school district has the crossing guard at times.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Jennifer Harrison, 121 Hawthorne Avenue, Larkspur. I'm a Safe Routes to School parent volunteer at Neil Cummins. School gets out the third week in June, and the flags are being used by preschoolers, toddlers, up to elderly people. Everyone in the community is using the flags. And I am one of the people that did put up the flags. And this was done in the town of Fairfax and was passed by the town. And we've donated all of the materials to the town of Corte Madera, and I would like to see this in place until the town does the flashing beacons and what has been approved for plan and finally does get implemented in the town.
Thank you. Ms. Harrison, did you ever receive a permit application from our town manager?
Yes, I did.
And did you ever fill that out?
No, I did not.
Okay. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of where the problem is here. Thank you.
David McPherson, 431 Corte Madera Avenue. So this has been discussed in the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee for better than 4 years. And finally, when we had a number of near misses, I continued to pepper David Bracken with emails saying, listen, if we have volunteers raise the money, pay for this, install this program, and I provided him with significant examples that it's being used in various states, he responded with, on face value, I don't have a problem with that. So I took that as a green light. We went ahead and purchased the materials, created the flag holders. Then we wrote a letter to every stakeholder. I think you all got a copy of this letter. David Bracken got a copy. Nisha, you got a copy. And we said, in approximately 10 days, we're going to install the holders. We're going to have parent volunteers at each crosswalk intersection for several days, instructing kids on how to use these. We received no objection whatsoever. We only received statements back to us that were in support. So we went ahead and installed them. Then I received...
Wait, let me start. My understanding is within that sequence was a request from our town manager to complete some paperwork and pay a fee. Is that right, or am I getting that sequence wrong?
I think it might be wrong. I think that came after we got I'm not positive. I have to look at dates. So don't hold me to exactly when that request for an encroachment permit. But when it was brought to my attention, David Bracken's email said, you need an encroachment permit, you need $1 million worth of insurance. Most importantly, the pedestrian flags violate the manual on uniform traffic control devices because it's traffic control devices. Well, I researched it, and David was incorrect. and I've pointed this out to council in various emails. The Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration ruled specifically in interpreting the manual on uniform traffic control devices that pedestrian flags are not a traffic control device and are simply to make the pedestrian more visible and are akin to construction workers wearing fluorescent vests. The municipality that had requested that interpretation was told specifically they were free, within their discretion, to experiment with the pedestrian flag program. So the letter that I sent to all the stakeholders, but mainly to David Bracken so that he could make a decision, was we were donating the pedestrian flag program. We're certainly not in any position to go out and obtain $1 million worth of insurance. This is not our encroachment into the town's right-of-way. It's our gift to the town on an interim basis until the rectangular rapid flashing beacons are installed and the other crosswalk improvements are there. So the town, in its discretion, just simply has to make a decision. Is this something that you're going to adopt as your own for the next 10 months? You're definitely going to be covered in terms of insurance. I've been doing insurance coverage work for 32 years.
I'm sorry, we are or we are not?
You will be. It is just as Adam Wolf was suggesting, or no, Randy was suggesting, if someone could come up with a theory that holding an orange flag increased liability for a pedestrian, it would fall under the rubric of there's a dangerous condition of public property because somehow this wasn't vetted enough. I have, the last time I tried to get all the data on this, I can find 321 jurisdictions in the United States that are using this. I can think of 3 places that I visit on a regular basis that have been doing this for over 10 years. And at every uncontrolled intersection, there are approximately 10 to 15 flags, and everybody in town uses them, and everybody slows down, and it just has created, over the years, kind of an interaction between pedestrians and motor vehicles that really works. Now, we're not proposing to do this all over town. We think that Tamalpais Drive posed a particular problem, and the town fortunately has enough money, and now the plans are in place to improve the crosswalk safety. So as an interim measure, I'm just encouraging the town to adopt it as their own program so that the encroachment permit is not necessary. The town does not have to apply for its own encroachment if it chose to install the flags. Thank you.
Okay. David, have you ever suggested, can I ask you another question?
Sure.
Have you ever suggested to the town that they adopt that as its own program?
The Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee never reached a point where it was included in the bicycle pedestrian plan.
You know, this makes perfect sense to me. It just feels like a new thing.
Yeah, no, we've been discussing it for a long time. I just don't think it gained enough traction until there was a number of near misses, and parents on next door were just upset. So then we took it to this next level. But in terms, go ahead.
I get it, but the distinction I'm trying to make, I think it may have been the town's impression prior to the current situation that this donation was a donation in the truest sense. In other words, the responsibility, the implementation, and everything else was being provided to the town. In fact, I think what's being provided is the raw materials and the request that the town do this thing. Is that right?
Well, there's nothing for the town to do.
Well, there's a couple things. The town is being asked to assume responsibility in the event there's a problem, right?
Right. If the town had installed it themselves, that would be the case. So if you accept the donation, it becomes town property.
Okay, I guess that the installation is something I'm trying to cure here. In order to make sure that we are not exposing ourselves in some undue way, the installation probably has to be consistent with some sort of standardized system, right?
But there is not. You see, that's the thing. There is no standardized way. There are much fancier ways to hold the flags that I've seen in several jurisdictions, but there isn't any specialized engineered way to hold the flags. You just place them as close as you can to the crosswalk, and it solves the problem.
Okay, and I think interim nature of this is kind of the operative and important point to remember here.
I think that's right. I see it as
Are we
maybe
done?
10
Let's
months
go.
at the outside.
Let's go. I'm done with this. Let's go. Come on.
But how do you really feel? 'Cause I'm not.
Yeah, no, I'm really fed up with this. I'm done with this. Let's
Is there
go.
any more public comment? Okay, let's bring it back.
Thank you. Okay, good.
Go ahead, Michael. Let's have it.
No, I just want, look, we're here to serve the citizens. If you want these flags out there, it's our duty to say, okay, as long as you understand, we get sued. We will get sued, no matter what. The problem is not whether we're covered. We're gonna have to pay him and 5 other guys to defend it. If you're happy with that, I'm happy to support you. Whether you donate it, don't donate it, the minute, I'm telling you, I was being facetious. If a wheelchair shows up there and he asks, how am I gonna carry this across the street? I feel unsafe, we're done. Just so you know, that's just part of life in the city. And we'll do what you wanna do. You like the flags? I love them too now. Just because you like them, great. As long as you also take the responsibility as a community member that when we get sued in town and we have to spend $200,000 or $300,000, it comes out of the budget. That's it. Other than that, I'm good for it.
I got it.
All right?
Jim?
I just triple check with with our insurance carrier that if we accept the donation of the flags, they'll be covered by our policies.
Okay. Carla?
I've gotten such positive feedback from those flags. In fact, I was at one Marin Village's meeting, and Larry Meredith, former head of Department of Health and Human Services, just had so much praise for the town, and told Larkspur, and the people from Larkspur said, yeah, we're gonna talk to our council about putting these things in. These are great. And so
Okay. You're in favor.
Cool.
I,
Yes,
Diane?
good.
Okay, I have some real concerns. In addition to the ADA issue that Michael mentioned, we also need to make sure that the way they're mounted would be ADA compliant. I mean, if you are a half inch off, you're open to a lawsuit. And I'm not exaggerating, because we did get sued over ADA things. And seriously, it has to be at the right height. We absolutely must make sure they're ADA compliant. We also would have to ensure that the liability issue is taken care of, and this is all for 4 months, folks.
Right. If you-
We are, hold on, in 4 months, by late August or early September, we're doing a whole slurry seal, a repaving slurry seal of Tamalpais Drive. We are doing ADA, Americans with Disability Act, improvements, including curb bulb outs, which will enable pedestrians to be out a little bit, further so that it increases visibility. That is where the rapid flash beacons will be installed. We will have improved bike lanes. And it will be a much improved roadway. But right now, people seem to forget that we have a crossing guard at Eastman for all the school kids, and we have a signalized light down at Madera. But the kids should absolutely not be crossing at any crosswalk other than where the crossing guard is, in my opinion, unless they're with a parent. So these parents concerned about close calls are not following what the safe routes and school district recommended routes are. And, I think we really need to be careful when we're encouraging children to cross at unsignalized and unguarded locations especially during the morning and afternoon rush. So, listen, I love the flags. I actually really do. But I would need to have some reassurance by town staff that we're covered on ADA and we're covered on liability. And so far, I don't feel like I've gotten good enough answers on those two issues. So
Diane,
I might want to say, if we're covered, let's keep them up. So I would suggest we continue this.
Agreed.
Try to get
But-
those answers, leave them up until we hear it again.
Agreed. The reason why I wanted to bring it though is to make sure we had a concurrence of the council that as we continue to probe the issues, that flags remain in place. Because as we balance the relative risk of not having them with the risk of having them, the balance comes down in favor of, it's something we should do because on balance it protects more than it risks.
However, I do think the message needs to be, especially from Safe Routes volunteers. I'm the Safe Route representative for Corte Madera on the Transportation Authority of Marin. And I think the message needs to be consistent with what the Safe Routes program is advocating, and that is that the kids cross where the crossing guard is.
And that's what we've said all along.
Okay, well, the kids are not always doing that, and I think, I saw a parent dash across the street in front of a car right after she handed her child a flag. So I just think maybe we need to get the message out there to use Eastman where the crossing guard is.
Okay, so we'll continue the matter, but do you staff feel like they have direction about information to try to get to the bottom of it?
Liability maybe.
Correct, and insurance.
And insurance, yeah.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you all for that discussion. Okay. This item 7, so we're going past our time here, guys, but let's keep going if we can. Item 7, Roman numeral 2, the bicycle and pedestrian plan 2016.
Is this gonna take a long time, or?
Are you able to guesstimate how long the presentation
5 minutes. We'll hit the highlights. We'll go very quickly.
Okay.
You can just ask questions.
Anybody, any of you that have any pictures or asking?
I only have one edit.
Are you kidding? I studied this. I have like 50 Post-it
Do
notes
you
in
really?
here.
Do you? Please tell me. Really, do you?
Scared you though, didn't I?
Yes, I know. Jesus. I really, by the way, I meant to thank you. I was gonna thank you later.
Yeah, I thought you had the other thing, but that's okay.
He brought it up,
That.
exactly. Hey, what?
Phil,
No, wait,
thanks,
wait, what? No, it's not done.
I don't know, Morris.
Oh, boy.
You missing us, Bob?
Okay, so we got 5 things on the agenda.
Nisha, are you trying to, are we waiting for you to do something? Or?
No, I'm gonna stay here.
This looks like it's gonna take
Hello,
forever.
okay.
Nisha, it has to feel like this is, we've got a long presentation in front of us, is that right? Or?
She's gonna
No, we're gonna breeze through the slides and,
Yeah, really breeze.
yeah. A lot of them we're not even gonna show, so.
Good.
Okay. Development of the town 2016 bicycle and pedestrian plan has been a 2-year effort of town staff, TAM, and Alta Planning. It also required a lot of coordination with the public and the BPAC. We had, I think, 10 meetings since the start of this effort where BPAC discussed the plan. Bob Ravazio, our chair of the BPAC, is here. Kyle from Alta Planning and Scott from TAM are also here, and they'll go through the background of the plan as well as the process of the development of the plan, and we'll also discuss prioritization of the projects. And so I'll hand it over to Scott.
Great. Thank you so much, Nisha. Appreciate we're at the late hour here, so we're going to go quickly. So just to give you a little bit of background, the Transportation Authority of Marin got a grant to update 9 plans in Marin County, including the town of Corte Madera's plan. We brought on Alta Planning and Design as the consulting firm to help update the plan, which is the firm that updated the current plan and also developed the 2001 plan. In the evolution of plans, I think this is a real milestone because we took the 2008 bike plan and integrated a pedestrian component, making this update 2016 bike and pedestrian plan. And well, before turning it over to Kyle to get into kind of the key projects, I'll just quickly say, sorry. No. I have trouble. I think I'm going to skip over that portion, and I'm just going to introduce Kyle James with Alta Planning and Design.
Hello. So out of the 9 plans that Scott mentioned that we're updating, this has been by far the most extensive public outreach process. It included 2 public workshops, 10 BPAC meetings that involved discussion of the plan, along with an online survey, social media outreach, and then the 30-day public review process. So just hit the highlights of what that feedback showed here. There we go. So major themes here surrounded around crossing US 101, getting to schools, improved access to transit stops, Alto Tunnel, and then there was a large focus on expanding and maintaining the existing multi-use paths, along with improving safety along Tamalpais Drive. So there's also a couple slides in here on terminology, which is detailed in the plan as well. So if anybody has questions, slides are here for reference, and you can ask questions later. All right. And here is a map of all the proposed bike projects along with the existing bikeways and the proposed ped projects, just to give you an idea of distribution across the whole town. So now I'll turn it over to Nisha, and she'll talk about the priorities.
So in the bike plan, we have a lot more projects as far as class 1, 2, and 3, and 4, as well as pedestrian projects. From our compiled list of projects, we prioritized what our top 3 or less projects were. And our top 3 class 1 priorities are the multi-use trail along the south side of Paradise from westward to Upland Circle. That trail is part of the Bay Trail. We have an existing gap. The improvement will be on the south side of Paradise Drive. We do have a grant for the project. The multi-use trail along the north side of Paradise Drive from San Clemente Drive to Prince Royal Passage, that's a Safe Routes to School project. It is also part of the Bay Trail and will provide that length, that's existing gap of the Bay Trail. And those are 2 gaps of the Bay Trail that are in Corte Madera. The Corte Madera Town Park Pathway from Tamalpais Drive to Neil Cummins Elementary School.
Nisha, can I ask real quick? It says multi-use, so that's bike ped.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Okay, great.
And this shows the locations of those 3 projects, the 2 Paradise projects and the one on by Neil Cummins School. Class 2 priorities were Tamalpais Drive, San Clemente Drive to Redwood Avenue. And we're looking at whether we can fit in bike lanes within our curb limits. Right now, as part of the Tamalpais Pedestrian Improvements Project, because we're looking at traffic calming, which would narrow the lanes, and then we're also seeing if we could fit in bike lanes at this time. Tamil Vista Boulevard, northbound Pfeiffer Avenue to Madera Boulevard. We've already started some design. It's preliminary design, and we can fit in this class 2's bike lanes, if you didn't already know, northbound, and southbound we can only fit it from Warrenham South to Madera. And then the last class 3 priority is that little small stretch of Sanford from Tamalpais Drive to Meadow Suite. And then this shows the locations of those improvements. Class 3 priorities, Tamil Vista Boulevard southbound from Pfeiffer Avenue to Madera Boulevard. So from Pfeiffer to Warrenham, if we can't fit the class 2 bike lane, we'll just put in the sharrows or signs. Meadow Suite Drive from Tamalpais Drive to Casa Buena Drive, we'll do the same, which is put in sharrows or signs. And this shows the locations of the projects. Other priorities, Paradise Drive from the 101 to Casa Buena Drive overcrossing. So we'll be crossing the freeway. So we'll look at the feasibility of that. Tamil Vista Boulevard to Warrenham Drive intersection alterations, and we're going to look into whether we can put in a grade separated crossing at that intersection. This is at the entrance of the Sandra Marker Trail, and this shows the locations of those improvements. Pedestrian priorities, Paradise Drive at Golden Hind Passage. That's pretty much complete. We might tweak the alignment of the left turn and restripe with thermoplastic. Right now, we just have it in paint to kind of test out that alignment. Intersections along Tamalpais Drive at Chapman Drive, Eastman, Sausalito, Lakeside, Meadow Suite, US 101 southbound off-ramp, and Redwood Avenue at Montecito Drive. All these intersections will be looked at will be improved as part of the Tamalpais Pedestrian Crossing Improvements Project, except for the US 101 southbound off-ramp. Paradise Drive at Prince Royal Passage, pedestrian crossing enhancements, and we have a conceptual plan for putting bulb outs there. And I believe it's in our capital program.
Can you do the little lights like you have over at Golden Hind?
I don't know that we were looking at putting in rapid flashing beacons, but my memory's just not. I mean, we may have, just can't remember. We could look into it.
That would be great.
This map shows the locations of those improvements, and I think I already went through those. And then we just wanted to touch on what this bike plan really brings: a single vision for biking and walking for walking infrastructure in Corte Madera, and it better positions us to pursue grants, and it will enhance our multimodal system in Corte Madera. I want to make one correction that tomorrow is actually bike to school. Bike to work is March 12th. May 12th. And you'll have an Energizer station at Sandra Marker Trail. Right. With REI. Yeah. Stop by, 6:30 a.m. There'll be a lot of swag, right? Swag? Yeah.
You should have a question when you're done with the presentation.
Yeah.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you know, there's a controversial issue in the town about the Alto Tunnel, reopening that. Does that appear, and is there a recommendation or an implicit recommendation in the plan of any kind?
I don't think so.
I'll tell you where it is.
It went
One
fast.
place I
41.
see it is on page 45 under table 4-9, multi-jurisdictional proposed class 1 bikeways. And it says to be determined, Mill Valley, Corte Madera bikeway. This is, I want to be careful whether we are implicitly taking a position on this. That issue needs to be studied, and for sure we don't want to be clear about something that is as uncertain as that is.
I think this was talking about the actual paths, wasn't it?
Yeah, the
Project number 14.
I didn't see it in any of your slides.
It's not a project priority, and we put it, I think you're referring to the multi-jurisdictional proposed Class 1 bikeways.
Yes.
And we do have a project in there, and it says continue exploration of potential options identified in 2009 Mill Valley Corte Madera Bikeway Study. I think that was looking at the paths, the 3 different paths, like.
Correct.
But
That's exactly.
it's not focused on, for example, Alto Tunnel. It's just one
I
of
don't
3
think we
options.
even have Alto Tunnel in.
There were, at the beginning, there was, when you were going through the slides really quickly,
Yeah.
something said Alto Tunnel,
yes.
but you,
So that was a summary of the feedback that we received in the public workshops. So that there was a lot of talk of it, and you're right, in favor of it, and some against. So it was just kind of highlighting that that was discussed.
okay.
On page 41, there's a sentence that reads, for example, reopening Alto Tunnel was identified by members of the public as a high priority as bicycle. I'm just saying, could we just change it, for example, a north-south link from Corte Madera to neighboring communities was identified by members of the public as a high priority? Just,
Um,
and if you,
all we're doing is saying what,
Yeah.
what people
It's just
identified.
Yeah. I don't
fact
care
that
what
it's
people
something that-
identified, it's
I
what we've signed off on is the actual plan, and the
Right.
tunnel is not part of this issue.
Right? You're gonna
Yeah, I don't
promise
want to
me
water down the language. I don't think
But
that's.
if you want us to change that sentence,
I would.
you could still approve the plan with us changing one sentence.
The only thing I'd like to be careful of, I tried to read the plan, the truth is I was not, I don't have a comfort level that I've read every sentence as carefully as I need to. I want to be cautious that we are not implicitly approving that project or putting the town on a path to do that project without, diligent sort of review.
Right, or necessarily
Yeah,
supported.
Right.
you know,
It may not.
my recollection, Nisha, and I think we spoke about this earlier, is that the BPAC and folks in the BPAC can also chime in, is that there was a conscious effort not to elevate that to the level of one of the priority projects, given the complexity and the challenge in actually accurately doing cost estimation, given the complex nature of that plan.
It's crazy just to get
I mean,
to.
it might be a great idea, it might be a terrible idea, but we're not taking a position in this
Right.
plan, are we?
This time.
Right?
Well, I mean,
The tunnel isn't in the plan at all.
Right.
There is reference to resurfacing the existing path that approaches the tunnel, which people use to, walk their dogs.
illegally.
But the tunnel is not in this path. It is in this.
I assume, did the police department read this report? Did you get a chance to look at it? Or do you guys have looked at it? Oh, okay. Thanks.
I have a question. You mentioned that one of the priorities is the overcrossing from Paradise to Casa Buena, I guess. But was there consideration of other locations for a freeway overcrossing?
There were, and that was from the village to the town center. But the BPAC agreed that they were only going to put in one overcrossing as a priority, and this was the one they selected. It's still in the plan.
The one between the 2 shopping centers? Yes. Okay.
I think it's called how do you say it? Ponte Nuve. Yeah.
Ponte what? Oh, as
It's
opposed to
between the
Ponte
shopping
Vecchio, so this is the Nuo instead of the Vecchio.
I want a trebuchet.
Freaking cute.
So this plan, now, when we talk about the priorities, is it actually setting us up to insist that that is the priority, that designation that we follow, as in using the word shall rather than may?
No, there's no language of shall. What it sets you up for is when you're going after grant money, that you're elevating some and saying that this is a priority for the community compared to all the other projects. That's why it's a better candidate to receive money. That's the only advantage.
Yeah, and I'll just add that, it's a framework for pursuing grants, but it doesn't compel you. Often grants have certain criteria, and they're set up to fund specific types of projects. So if that type of project is not the number one prioritized project on that category, it wouldn't preclude you from submitting a logical candidate project at the discretion of staff. So.
Very good, thoughtful work.
Great, let's let them have it then. Let's say, okay, let's do it.
Well,
I wanted to mention that we had a BPAC meeting on April 21st, and they voted to recommend you adopt this
That's all I
plan
need to know.
I would like to ask
unanimously.
the chair of the BPAC meeting a question. Bob, do you mind? Yes. About the overcrossings and whether you feel that it's in our best interest to list one as the preferred overcrossing in this plan.
Me personally?
Well, you can give me both.
The consensus of the BPAC was that focus on the one from Casa Buena over by Marin Joe's. Whether or not it changes anything in the plan and our ability to fund it, if we were to make both of them as the same priority, I don't see any real difference if we were to change it. I mean, maybe these guys do, they're sort of more the experts, but to me, the most important thing is that it's in the plan, because if something's in the plan, it gives us the ability to go out and try to find money for it. And, all these things start with, you have to find money, you have to get the engineering done. If you get the engineering done, then you can go and you can find more grant money and maybe actually get something built, and then you figure out if you need to do studies or whatever it is to get it built. So if you wanted to change it and make it a priority, I certainly wouldn't have a problem, but.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks.
Thank you for continuing to help on
Yeah.
Yes, appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah. I will be brief. Cindy Winter, I live in Larkspur, but I often cycle into Corte Madera. I have attended every BPAC meeting over the past several years. I can attest that the town is exceptionally fortunate in having this BPAC. You have a dedicated and courteous chair. You have knowledgeable and thoughtful members, including Dave McPherson. You have a senior engineer skilled at understanding and organizing the many concepts. And this is an excellent plan because it has a lot of items in it. And that is fallback insurance in case grant money becomes available, in case there's a new need that arises. We should do this. It's in the plan as a possibility. It is not carved in stone. And I hope you will approve this plan. It's a wonderful work product, and it's something you can point to with pride. Thank you.
All right, anybody else from the public?
Since the David McPherson, 431 Corte Madera Avenue, since the question of the Alto Tunnel came up, I wanted to remind newer members of the council that the town of Corte Madera has passed a resolution. I think it could be at least 6 years ago, perhaps as many as, I think about 6 years ago, supporting the ongoing county studies towards reopening the tunnel. So the town council, until it takes a different position, has already spoken on that in support of the ongoing studies. The County of Marin just completed a property rights study and just this week put out for bid the geotechnical study. So the county is prepared to fund experts going into the tunnel to determine its current status and to get a much better idea of what the real cost would be to A, reopen it, B, stabilize it without reopening it, or C, what would happen in case of an additional collapse.
David, is it your sense that that resolution acts as an indication that the town is in
Yes, the town has passed a resolution saying that it's in favor of the county's study.
And being in favor of a study is different from being in favor of the conclusion of that study.
You and I would have to look at the resolution, but I don't think it in any way binds the town. Of course not. It simply says, if the county is going to spend the money, we encourage the county to study it. I think that's what the resolution says.
Can I add to that?
Sure.
Because I remember that well. Is that it approved of the study, the county had the money. However, it did not advocate for the opening of the tunnel. It was only
How much would it cost
approving
and could it work?
that they could spend their money to study it. But
That's-
it went no further than that.
We'll look at the resolution. I just wanted to remind people that weren't here at that time that that is on,
Because I
is,
don't think that I was as on top of it as I should have been. I wouldn't mind getting to the bottom of that, only because if we've already reached a conclusion, we need to either be consistent with that or change it.
Okay.
We don't want to do it. Okay. Anybody else? All right, I'll close public comment and ask for a motion here at council.
Well, I would like
Of
to
course.
ask for one addition. By the way, both overcrossings are in here. I had missed the pontoon one. Okay. But something came up the other day at a TAM meeting about new technologies. And it's likely that in the next 5 years, we will see really creative, interesting electric assist or completely electric powered personal vehicles that possibly could go on bike paths. And I'm thinking, everything from bike assist or electric assist bikes to who knows. So I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to add something in here to just consider the needs of newer technologies as we look to implement new facilities. Everything from maybe electrical outlets by bike racks to making sure that we're up on state and federal policies regarding certain vehicles on multi-use, bike paths or something like that. So, Nisha wanted to comment?
I was just gonna agree to that. I mean, earlier you said maybe in the policies section, but I'll find a spot for it. But I don't know if you want to make it a policy versus you know what I mean?
Or I think it's worth a mention
Okay.
because I think it's a value in the community that we kind of keep up on this stuff. I mean, people like the new gadgets.
That's right.
And we should ensure that our infrastructure keep up with it. And that was my only comment. Really awesome job. I appreciate you coming. I wish it wasn't midnight and we could learn more about it.
Move
but
to approve resolution
really
number
great job.
16/2016.
I second.
Oh, with the couple additions?
Yes, with the additions that, yes, so that I can get my Flux Drive hoverboard on there one day.
That was the.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilmember Andrews.
Yes.
I think this is really important. If this is part of,
What is that?
yeah, you gotta
No,
Well,
wait, you didn't
I've
approve
read
that.
it twice.
You didn't approve that.
Okay, Sloan, you can read it.
You didn't.
Okay, but it's,
And what, this is something you're proposing we add to it?
no, basically amend that one sentence so we take out the specific name of the Alto Tunnel.
I'm not gonna agree to that. I don't think there's any problem leaving the name in because it's what other people are asking.
So there's a sentence at section 4.6.1, proposed class 1 bikeways, shared use paths, on either page 41 or 52, depending on which page number you look at, which lists that for example,
Alto Tunnel,
the opening of the Alto Tunnel was identified by members of the public as a high priority so that bicyclists and pedestrians could travel a north-south link from Corte Madera to neighboring communities. And Jim is recommending that we change that to say, for example, a north-south link from Corte Madera to neighboring communities was identified by members of the public as a high priority.
See, that's not accurate. The public identified the Alto Tunnel as the specific of 3 choices, and that was the highest ranking.
Because you had Alto Hill, you had the Horse Hill, and you got the
It doesn't
tunnel.
trouble me to accurately recite
That's what it is, it's
what
public
people
comment,
said.
it's
I am
public comment.
cautious about whether elsewhere in the plan or here, it's your own sense, just honestly. Are we taking a position that we as a town are in favor of opening the Alto Tunnel?
The bike plan does not do that.
Okay. Then Jim, I'm okay with just, if that's what people said at the meeting, that's what they said.
Okay, but if somebody comes back and say that we endorsed it because we approved this, then,
I think we can trust Bob and David to tell the truth,
Yeah.
that's right? And I think that they would tell the truth if asked later.
Yeah, and
No.
also to review if there's any questions about the intent of the resolution.
Really nice.
We'll have the video.
Okay.
Exactly. Okay, there's a resolution and a second that was. there was a
Second, and the only addition is some comment
I mean,
about keeping up on the
future, yeah,
technology.
future, yeah. Marty
Okay.
McFly kind of flying something or other.
Rebecca?
Councilmember Andrews.
yes.
Councilmember Condon.
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert.
Yes.
Vice Mayor First.
Yes.
Mayor Bailey.
Yes. Are we gonna approve a resolution honoring Adrian for sticking it out to the very end?
Adrian.
Not on the agenda, but thanks, Adrian.
Goodbye. Get out. Get out.
Okay, so, well, we're not quite done with the agenda. Does anybody have comments about either the upcoming agendas?
Oh, I
or,
think it looks great.
Or minutes?
Don't forget
Actually, I did.
about the film, the process of the ordinance about filming.
Oh, yeah, is that on there?
No, and this is the third time I've asked.
Hey, Adam? And Rebecca? Can you guys please
what,
pass
Rebecca?
on to David that Carla has asked repeatedly to make sure we have a date certain for this item?
We just lost a 10 series filming with Selena Gomez, is that right? Just lost it.
Okay.
Cindy?
Oh,
Cindy Winter. Cindy?
Yeah.
Do you need a ride home?
Sloan?
Yes.
Okay.
We add an agenda sometime, creating a hotel motel zoning ordinance,
We can.
because I don't want to wait until they figure out what's going on with the Best Western and its environmental stuff.
Why don't we do this?
We got 4 hotels.
Can I ask you to offline take that issue up with Adam and try to find an appropriate way to address that? I don't know
Okay.
if we need it as its own agenda item or as part of something else, but let's give you a comfort level that we're going to address it.
Okay, good, all right.
Okay?
Agenda, I had a couple of things.
Yes.
Oh,
He's not requesting neither. He's going to talk to Adam about it, and if he doesn't believe it's already. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking.
The film, I think we need to review it and rewrite it. The charges are way out of proportion to all the other jurisdictions around us, including San Francisco. Yeah. And I can probably provide you with other cities. The chamber was getting that.
Carl, if you want to make it like attention, why don't you just work with Adam or David or whoever to have it as something that just do, right? If you know the way it should be.
Okay, do you want to do that, Adam? We can probably do it pretty quick, just.
I don't even know it.
Might not be Adam, might be David.
With
Okay, well, you know what?
Film, but
Let
I'll
me.
happy to take a look at it and discuss
I'll
it.
say, okay, good, because there is one portion of it that absolutely makes no grammatical
All
sense
we're doing is
at all.
putting things on
I'll do that for free.
Yeah, no, but I'll
I'll do that for free.
Great.
get in touch with Randy on that.
Perfect. I mean, why not just take it right to it?
Yeah.
Okay. Diane, are you done? Or you-
no, I had two things. Okay, 5.1, the sanitary district items. I would like, well, really 5.1I, I would like that not on consent. I mean, I could pull it, but I'd prefer to just not have it. There is a flow meter and an isolation valve replacement. And Nisha, I'd like the sanitary district flow meter and isolation valve replacement. If at all possible, I'd like to have this maybe be starting a conversation about how our relationship with CMSA is going and if we're, on top of things, because I'm a little concerned.
Yeah.
So I don't want that on,
To be a business item, consent, we had it as a business item, whatever you choose.
I would like it not on consent. I mean, I can pull it, but might as well just let you all know that I don't want it on consent.
I can speak to that slightly. The reason why George had wanted it on the consent calendar for the 2 sanitary district items and the town item that he put is because of having to stay until after the public hearings. He thought if it was something he wanted to pull, he would at least be here to discuss it, but it would be a very late night if he had to wait until after the public hearings. So that was his thinking on that.
Yeah, but,
I don't think he'll even
yeah, we
talk
can
about
put
that
that
one
first.
because
Well, I
But
guess not.
Right, but there's still one public hearing. Okay, I can let him know that you want it moved to business.
And I think it's a sanitary district conversation, so I don't even think George needs to be here for the sanitary district ones.
He
And,
said he told you to put it on consent, though.
Well, just because he wanted to be consistent with what he was doing, he was putting all these supplemental appropriations on.
Oh, okay.
well, I don't care if George stays or not. I
Okay.
want the sanitary district pulled.
Both items?
And then, well, I think 512 follows from 511.
So both go on.
So I think
business.
both, yeah. And then, under town items, 522, there's 2 parts. I think they really need a better description. And it might just be that you need to type a little, short few lines there. But it is so vague as to be kind of meaningless about what specifically that's about.
Okay. But that can stay on consent?
Yep.
Okay.
We talked, I don't know, a year or so ago about plain English, and really trying to improve transparency, and I just think that is one area where we might be able to do that. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, so we're not actually going to adjourn yet. We're going to go into closed session. Thank you, Adam and Rebecca and Nisha.
Are
Skip
we
the minutes?
skipping the minutes?
Can we do the minutes?
Just 2 minutes.
Thought we already, anybody changes?
No.
Okay,
All right.
who's going to move?
Second,
Who moved?
Michael.
Okay, good.
Who and where?
Councilmember Andrews?
Yes.
Councilmember Condon?
Yes.
Councilmember Lappert? Vice Mayor First?
Yes.
Mayor Bailey?
Yes.
Oh, but there's 2, and then there's the regular meeting. Move to approve the regular meeting minutes.
Second.
Yes, yes.
Councilmember Andrews? Councilmember Condon? Councilmember Lappert? Vice Mayor First?
Yes.
Mayor Bailey?
Yes.